everyone, and welcome back. I'm Vandalier, and I'm so glad you're here. And today we are going to be discussing everything Final Fantasy VII Rebirth. We're going to get into all your most frequently asked questions. We've got some questions queued up and ready to go, some of the most common ones that we get. But beyond that, once I get through some of those, we'll also open it up for all of your questions as well. Also, whatever we are discussing, like all of the questions that are being directed towards me, I want to know your answers too. I want to hear your thoughts. That is why we are here to discuss together. It's not just about what I'm thinking. I want to know what you're thinking. So please feel free to chime in and give me your thoughts. Oh, what did I just do? Hold on. Haha, I just did something. Okay. Okay, we're good. Sorry about that. Okay, so before we get into the first question, I just want to remind you, if you have not already subbed on YouTube, as you can see below me, oh my God, yesterday, the last couple of days, subs have been rolling up. So we are this close to the 500 sub goal for the Aerith cosplay. And I also have some very exciting news. In addition to the 500 subs, to get the first tier of YouTube partner, you also need a certain number of watch hours, which we crossed over today. So we have that part of the criteria met. All we need now is the 500 subs. So if you have not already subscribed on YouTube, please do so. And if you're on Twitch, be sure to hit the follow. And if you're on YouTube as well, make sure to hit the like, leave a comment, all that good stuff for the algorithm. It's all been working. It's all been super helpful. And I'm so grateful for everybody who has actually gone out and done it and been watching the videos. It's so exciting because it's just getting us closer and closer towards the goal of streaming full time. So thank you all so much. Now, with all of that being said, let me say hello to everybody. Hello, Austin. You've been here dancing in chat for a few minutes. Thank you so much for being patient with me. Hey, Jaeger. Yes, you are not late. You were right on time. In fact, you were earlier than me. And China, thank you so much for the 9-month resub. You're amazing. Mwah, mwah. Love ya. Who else do we have here? Turthos. Turthos, hello. And Yama. Hello, Yama. How are you today? All right, let's see. Can we agree all Moogles must die? No, Jaeger. No, I love Moogles, even the creepy ones. All right. I think we might be ready to already throw up the first questions. What do you guys think? Let's do it. Hey, Ryan. You made it. High fives. Thanks for being here. But yeah, we're so stinking close to that cosplay. I really I had it ready to go. I had it pulled out. Everything's ready for when we do cross over the 500. So I thought I might get a chance to wear it today, but almost. Just a little bit more. All right, Turthos, we got that first question. Can you react to the trailers too? We've done that, actually. If you go back on my YouTube channel, we have trailer reactions. So that is a thing that we have done. But if we get through all of these questions and still have some time, if there's anything you guys want to get through, bring up, all of that, we can add on. We'll see where we get to. All right. Question number 1. Hello, Caitlin. Your girlfriend is pregnant. Woo, congratulations. That's wonderful news. I hope it's wonderful news. It's always exciting to me. I love babies. All right. Overall thoughts. This is kind of just the catch-all here. What were some highlights of the game for you? Do you have any criticisms? So I want to also hear your responses as well, but I will give you mine. Yama, you woke up to do the new 14 raids? Uploaded early for YouTube, but they didn't do that great, unfortunately. Oh, I'm sorry about that. Sometimes it just doesn't catch on. What was your favorite mini game? Okay, so Carius, we are going to do That might even actually be one of the questions we've got coming up. So I've got like a list of questions that I knew were going to come up, like a lot of the ones that like come up often. So we will absolutely answer that question as well. I'm going to try to focus. The ADHD might be kicking pretty hard right now, but I'm going to try to focus one at a time so that we don't get too far off track, but we do have a whole bunch of questions ready to go. So yeah, let's start with this one. Overall thoughts. You guys know I spent my sweet time getting through this game. I played over 228 hours. That was over the course of 5 months and 43 streams. So I really think I have a solid foundation to say this on. It's a 10 out of 10 for me. This game kept me wanting more. It kept me learning new things. It kept throwing new challenges at me, which I love. Like I said, with the ADHD, I love to have something new I need to learn, something new I need to figure out. And with all of the mini games and side quests and the constant building on top of the battle system, I learned so much, and that is what kept me engaged, was the learning process. I was just saying the other day, I feel like this is the most intensely I've ever really considered like my materia setup and which weapons I'm using and who's fighting with who. And all of it mattered because then you had these synergy moves that also did different things. So for me, the highlight of the game was the constant learning and building on new skills that kept me fully engaged, even 200 hours in, 228, like throughout the whole thing. I still want more. Like, I know we're done, we finished it, but I could easily go back. And there is so much still that I can go back and finish if I want to. So that's cool. But yeah, that would be my main highlights overall. And do I have any criticisms? I had a criticism. Give me a moment. It was... my one criticism was my wayfinding in the Cosmo Canyon and in Gungaga. Getting so lost was so frustrating, especially having to find my way with the different like chocobo flying sections where you jump off the different chocobo places. My brain can't think of the words right now, but you guys know what I'm talking about. In Cosmo Canyon, where you're on the chocobo, and you have to fly from one point to another, and you have to unlock all of these flying paths all around. That was a very frustrating part for me. And in Gungaga as well, with having to find all the mushrooms to jump from place to place, because you could never tell exactly where one mushroom was going to take you. And with my like really bad short-term memory, I would do it and then like immediately forget where I was and get disoriented. And that's one thing that's just like me as a gamer, I struggle with, is like getting disoriented and losing my path. So that would be my biggest criticism. What about you guys? Where do you leave a Q&A question? So once we get through, Turthos, if you can tell us how many questions we actually have, like slides to get through, then we will also open it up for all questions that haven't been answered yet. Because I feel like we're probably going to get to a lot of the ones that you guys are thinking of anyways. But that way, yeah, write it, like just scratch a note real quick in case we miss it. Made it relatively early. Hey, Crimson. This is, yeah, it's just chatting because we're going to talk all about our thoughts, feelings, analysis, theories, the psychology, everything of this game. So yeah, just chatting today. If we have time later, I might play something, but we'll see when we get there. Overall thoughts, 10 out of 10, Jaeger. Best combat system you've ever played. Great visuals, absolutely. Voice cast, writing, love the wrinkles on the plot. The updated QOL to systems are great. Exploration was amazing. I agree. Especially, like I said, the combat system, that was really fun for me to like really dig in and learn a lot. Criticism for you would be just a little less world intel. There was, oh my gosh. Yeah. Anytime you'd like clear one, I'd have my list. I'm like checking stuff off. I'd clear one and then 5 more would open up. And I'd be like, I thought I was done. No. But honestly, like I said, I could keep playing forever. So it wasn't that bad, but it was always kind of like I thought my checklist was all cleared. And then suddenly it's like, nope, just kidding. Maybe not 4 battles, 3 to 4 proto relics. Yeah, it was a lot. Queen's Blood, 12 out of 10. Absolutely. 100 out of 10. We need a standalone Queen's Blood game. Best thing about Rebirth as a whole is that you can play just main story and get a satisfying story conclusion to the game. Is that true? Like, I don't know if I haven't watched anybody really stream it. I've seen like little bits and pieces when I knew a streamer was like behind me, so I wouldn't get spoilers, but I haven't actually gotten a chance to watch anything else yet. So I didn't know that, but if you just play the main story and none of the side quests, it's still a good game. That's good to know. If you play more of the side quests, it rewards you with a more expanded story and callbacks of characters from Remake. Absolutely, yes. And I did all the side quests. I did everything. Hello, Final Fantasy Gaming. Welcome in. Gears and Gambits, that's your criticism to those 4 rounds of it. You know what? I don't know if it was just because we did it on stream. I didn't find it that bad. Like, I kind of liked it. It was another thing, like I said, to figure out. I like puzzles. I like things to figure out. Hello, Fran. Welcome back. Hello. Yes, all the Vansels are here. Was able to see your video of the end of Rebirth. You loved it. Yay. Yes. Oh my God. We cried so much. I cried so much, especially chapter 13, but 14 as well. Man. You guys got to hear a lot of my sniffling. I went in on the side quest. Hey, MLW, welcome in. High fives. Thanks for being here. Thanks for all the shares and stuff on X as well. You loved Gears and Gambits? Fort Condor can get bent. And I loved Fort Condor too. Am I just a weirdo? Like, I really enjoyed I think I just like variety. I liked that it kept things fresh for me. It was always something new to learn. Haven't been able to see you before due to different problems. I'm a little discouraged, but glad to see you again. I'm so sorry that you are discouraged, Fran, but hopefully spending some time just relaxing with us and talking about nice things that we all enjoy will help lift your spirits a little bit. Heard the pacing is good without the side quests. Oh, nice. I should try that sometime. Maybe do a hard mode run with just main story. Actually, that's not a bad idea, because I do feel like with all the detours I took on side quests that sometimes I lost the plot a little bit. So if I could play it straight through main story only and see the plot flow a little better, I might need to do that. Carius says, for me, Zach, since he is in the cover of the game, but we didn't use him that much, I was hoping for more gameplay with him. I was actually shocked at how much gameplay we did get with him. Honestly, I didn't expect that at all. And every time I got to fight as him was like a highlight for me. Like, I loved playing as Zach. I love his character, and I really, really hope we get more of him in the 3rd installment. Like, for real, we need more Zach. Think you can fully complete the proto relic side quest now that you've beaten main story, like the Genji gear stuff? Because I did get Gilgamesh, and I did level up my craftsmanship. I need 5 points to level up all the way to 16, but I stopped because I couldn't actually make the Genji gear till hard mode anyway. So I was just like, I'm not going to keep spending any more time on this and putting off the ending, but I will come back to it. It's a good game when it moves you. Absolutely. I love a good emotional heart tug. I love feeling things. Isn't it amazing that we can have feelings? Oh, Yama, I'm very sorry you've been discouraged all day. Hopefully it will pass. It will pass, actually. I won't even say hopefully. It always does. I think everybody here can agree. We've been discouraged. We've had hard days where everything felt like nothing's going to get better, but it does. That's the hard mode, basically, just main story stuff. Okay, cool. Totally understand. It's complicated. And even just real quick, we're going to get more into like the psychology and stuff later, but I do want to just say, like, I really truly feel like one of the reasons so many of us are so invested and love this game is because of how real it gets when dealing with and processing trauma. And I think so many of us have been through really hard things and we are drawn to that sort of element in a game. So hopefully that is true for you as well. And like talking through these things in a sort of distanced way where we're talking about characters can also help us process some of our own trauma and issues that we deal with in real life. You wrote up some cool stuff for the discussion, but shy to share it? Well, please, if it's game related, share away for sure. Bet Zach gets a lot to do in part 3. I think so. Honestly, I feel like he's set up to be like a really key player at this point. Oh yeah, I actually got to stop by your stream the other day. Sorry I like disappeared at one point. I don't even remember what, but life pulled me away and I didn't even get a chance to say adios. Played several games in the last couple of years where I just end up a bawling mess of salty tears and mucus. Absolutely. Oh my God. This one, did Remake make me cry? I don't think Remake made me cry, but maybe a little. Oh no, it did a little bit. There were a few points, like especially like Jesse and Biggs and Wedge, like certain things that happened did get me. And especially the DLC with Yuffie and Sonon. That one got me. But then 16, I played 16 and that one had me a mess again too. But I don't think I've cried as hard as I did getting through chapter 13 and the trials in this game. That was hard to get through. Some of the trailers had dialogue that made it sound like Aerith, Zach were talking to each other or about each other, but it ended up being all directed towards Cloud. Oh, interesting. Kind of a bait and switch moment. Yes, I'm sure we'd all want to hear what you wrote. Want to be a blitzball when I grow up. Chaz, maybe one day your dream will come true. And how are you? Hi, Chaz. Welcome in. Barrett pounding the wall in anger, screaming, got some tears out of me. Oh, yeah. Yeah, that was a good moment, though. A wall of text? Okay. It's a complicated topic, not that good at explaining it in English as your native language is Spanish, but appreciate all of your words, and I feel better when I watch your channel. Eres la mejor? Thank you. I'm glad we can bring a little moment of peace and rest in your life. Major criticism of Rebirth is the whole multiverse conclusion, ruining the OG canon of the story at this point. Won't say more due to spoilers of OG FF7. Okay, Crimson, that's an interesting take, because I know a lot of people probably would have preferred just a very straightforward, like, retelling, but more expanded with better graphics and acting and all of that. I personally really like getting into the multiverse and the like mind-bending, mind-blowing stuff. And we'll actually talk about that a bit more. In fact, Turthos, if you would like to go to the next question, I think we've kind of covered a lot, and maybe meandering a little bit at this point. Let's get the next question up and see what that brings about. You have questions too, Ryan? Yes. So I mentioned earlier, we're going to get through, I've got several ready to go questions to try to keep us on track. And then if I don't cover any questions that you do have, we'll do the rest. We'll like open up for more questions at the end too. How do you feel Rebirth compares to Remake as well as other Final Fantasy games you played? Ooh, I didn't even know this question was going to be in there. Okay. Rebirth is superior to Remake, in my opinion. Biggest reason for that is the combat and the relationship building. I'm obsessed with the synergy fighting, like the synergy moves and abilities. That was so cool for me. And it was one of those things where I just felt like I had to learn so much and it kept me engaged. So for that reason, I liked Rebirth more than Remake because it had that element to it. And I actually love the mini games. Also, Rebirth has Queen's Blood. So all automatically, like that would have put it at the top no matter what. Compared to other Final Fantasy games. So most of you know, if you don't know Vandalier by now, most of you know, my favorite game I've played so far is 16. I am obsessed with that whole story. Like I would read novels about that story. I would seek out more content about that story. Just absolutely loved Clive, Jill, Joshua, their whole story and everything in it. So for me, comparing this to that, they're like very different because this one was so much about the team building aspect for me, whereas in 16 it was about the like psychological process of somebody going through and growing through some like real tragedy and stuff. So, and the only other Final Fantasy I've ever played was 10 and 10-2, and that was a long time ago. But I do remember really loving it, and the reason why is because it had such an emotional story and such rich character building. So that's what I love about all Final Fantasy that I've ever experienced or watched anybody else play as well. Because I have watched a lot of play. I think I've mentioned before, like I grew up watching my brother play a lot of them. But 10 and 10-2 were the first I ever played. Then Remake, well, 16, and then Remake. And then I streamed my Final Fantasy mode, New Game Plus run of Final Fantasy 16 and then Rebirth. So that's my like full experience of Final Fantasy games so far. But I'm obsessed with all of them. Remake is rather straightforward and a great singular game covering the Midgar journey. Remake basically puts the story game on steroids with the open world journey. Yes, it was huge. It was epic. It felt complicated, complex, whereas Remake felt a little more linear. Final Fantasy Rebirth is your favorite game, Final Fantasy? Nice. Have you played 12 or 13? I have not. There are so many I want to play though, Chaz. Like, so many. Oh, no worries, Fran. We're always happy to chat in addition to the main topic. Multiverse is new to the remake, so it feels more like a sequel than a remake. Oh, totally. Yes, Gian, the multiverse thing, like it's a different game, right? Like we know it has to be different unless, I mean, well, we'll get into that more theories and stuff later, but like the multiverse opens up so many possibilities for things to be changed. So it absolutely is a different story because we're taking the main core story, which personally I haven't played, but that's next. I haven't played the original, but I will be doing that next. And it just adds all of these extra possibilities. So it's a totally different game. In my opinion, Rebirth improves on everything in Remake except one part. I feel like the map design made Remake feel like an interactive movie, and Rebirth feels like a game, which is good and bad. It depends on what you're looking for, but big plus for Rebirth was no sewers. Yes. Yeah, the map, like I said, that was my main criticism, was how easy it was to get lost in Rebirth. The map alone was confusing to have all those grayed out areas and also have so many different levels to the map, and you couldn't really tell if there were levels that you could get through or if it was going to be blocked off. I mean, I don't know, does anybody like that? Like, do you guys enjoy figuring out a map like that? It might just be me like sucking at navigation. Mr. Frug, Rebirth is better than Remake pretty much across the board. Still prefer the OG though. Okay. You've never played 16 yet, Fran? Totally worth it. I may be biased, but I love that game. This game, Rebirth, touched your soul. Yes, it broke me. It literally broke me down. It was crazy. 7 and 8 and 10 are your favorites in the series. Turthos, isn't 8 your favorite? And I loved 10, but it's been a long time since I played it, so I will need to replay that again. Follows a lot of the same beats, but yeah, I agree that the multiverse gives an opportunity for stuff to change. Definitely. Appreciate the PowerPoint style presentation. Well, we can all thank Turthos for that. He was working very hard to put this together so that we would have, since I'm not playing a game tonight, we wanted something up and figured this would also be a good way to keep us like kind of on track. Make sure we don't miss too many beats. Also feel like Remake's writing was dense and consistently strong. While Rebirth's writing was also great, I did notice some moments when the party was a little quiet, even during important moments. I think considering the scope of the game, it was a very tall task to fill a lot of the time with conversation. Yeah, and honestly, I think it would have helped a lot if we could hear what people were thinking a little more often. An example would be the date scene. After Aerith comes to get you from your room, you don't talk at all until you walk the whole way to the theater. Yeah. Like something. Are you excited? What do you think? How's it going? How do you feel today? Like anything. Yama, you reached a 25 stream streak. Oh yeah. High five. Thank you so much, Yama. By the way, what about with your Aerith cosplay? So what about? Do you see the goal? We're this close. Is that 17 away now? So close. YouTube, what's up? Hit that subscribe. We're so close to the Aerith cosplay. That could be next stream. Just saying, it could be next. What game are you getting set to get your hands on? So I'm going to finish up my James Anderson. Hello, James. To answer your question, I'm going to finish up my Final Fantasy 16 New Game Plus Final Fantasy mode run. All I need to do, and I don't even have to, but I want to, is I want to get through Kairos Gate and make the original Sin weapon before I go do my final battle. That's where I'm at in the game. I've cleared all side quests. I've cleared everything story-wise, except for the very final going to, I don't want to give too many spoilers, but the very final thing. So I'm going to do that. That'll probably just be like a couple of streams, honestly, maybe like 2, maybe 3. But then I'm also going to be playing the original 7, which I've never played. And I've been waiting and trying to avoid spoilers as much as I possibly could. Throughout my entire play from Remake through to Rebirth, I avoided all spoilers except for one. I don't remember when I came across it. I think it was sometime after I had already started Rebirth that I found out about Aerith, because that was just like unavoidable, because I'm in like Final Fantasy groups and like on like social media and stuff, and I follow a lot of Final Fantasy gamers and things, and that was the one thing that no matter what, like I could not avoid finding out. So I knew that that was a part of the main story, but I also knew that Rebirth like flips main story on its head in a lot of ways. So even knowing that little bit of spoiler ahead of time didn't really spoil this game for me, because I knew it could be changed or it could be different this time. But yeah, OG 7. So I'll finally get to catch up to what you all know already. Hi, Dylan. How are you? My week has been good so far. Will this stream be graded tonight? You guys can give me a grade if you want. I won't be sad. I was happy with C's student. Honestly, I was a kid that I was in all the like gifted and talented advanced AP classes and all of that. But I also did not care if I got a C. Like, I was like, I passed. I'm good. I didn't have to study. I'm good. That's kind of how I roll. So you guys can grade me if you want. Often skip greetings and get straight to the point. Hey, me too, James. Honestly, like, same. I'm not a small talk person. Long game? Absolutely. 228 hours I put in so far. Must admit to the fact that watching you play helps coax forth daily life pressure into surrendering away. Wow. That is a very high compliment. I'm glad that that is how it works for you. That is honestly what I want. Like, I watch YouTube and I have a lot of my favorite YouTubers that I go back to for the same reason. They are soothing to me, but they're interesting and relevant enough to me that they keep me engaged and keep my mind on other things sometimes, because I tend to have a very overactive mind and I overthink a lot. And so I appreciate having creators and streamers and other friends and in social media, and especially on YouTube and Twitch, that I can go to for the same reason. So I'm really glad that you feel that way. Recommend FF9, incredible game. Man, I have so many to get through. Turthos kind of loved 6, 7, and 8 about equally as a little lad. Are you a little lad who loves 6, 7, and 8? Squall is best boy. I've been seeing some artwork recently of Squall, and he's so beautiful. 8's couple are basically Cloud and Aerith, though in terms of personality. Oh. So it's like the bubbly, outgoing girl and the really like gruff, like straight-faced dude. I've spent so many hours being lost in 8. Oh, that's right. How are you liking it? Are you still playing it, or did you finish it yet, China? Or should I call you Chris now? I want to call you Chris now. Some of the stuff I wrote up includes stuff from 7, but it's all stuff you've seen, so should be okay. Oh, cool, Yama. Yeah, definitely. Haven't played in years, so I'm sure it'd be in the same boat if I played it again. Aerith's death is the "no, I am your father" of video games. Really hard to avoid. Exactly. Once I saw it, I was like, yeah. Like, it was unavoidable. Very unavoidable. The remakes were heavily marketed as changing fate, so if nothing changes in the end, I'd be a little surprised why it wasn't just a one-for-one remake. I've thought about that too. Like, what if in the end they are just like, nope, you can't change fate? Like, the end, that's it. It'd be crazy. Do you think people would riot? Squall is referred to as the best looking guy here. He is indeed a looker. See, that's what I'm saying. He's so cute. Cosplaying Squall one day? Yes, you are. Do it. I will help you find and or make that jacket. 100%. Do it. Do it. Have I played Final Fantasy 14? A little bit. I will get back to it. I forgot to mention that in my actual list of Final Fantasy games I've played, but I have played it a little bit. For me, in terms of personality, Aerith and Cloud are two very well-made personalities. She is kind, confident, and everything good that a person can be. And Cloud is shy, lacking confidence, and the depression he has. Yes. Yeah, she is such a light, bubbly personality. At first, I actually kind of found her a little annoying. You can go back and see when I first played Remake, I was like, I don't know. Why are people so into Aerith? Like, she was kind of annoying and kind of a stalker to Cloud. Don't come for me. Don't come for me. I love her now. I do. She grew on me, and I love characters that do that. I love characters who have a story arc that pulls me in and changes my mind. So I actually love her even more for it now. And now that I understand where she's been coming from as well. Squall is even angstier and more emo than Cloud. Oh, well, I love an emo boy. Bring him on. You worried you type too much? I mean, I may have to paraphrase, but we can maybe get through it. Calling me either is fine, but I'm used to everyone calling me China. That throws me off. Okay, I'll stick with China. To be fair, Cloud did say you can't change it in Red's date, so let's not keep that out of the realm of possibility. Yeah, right? That's what I'm thinking. Like, it's out there. There's a chance that nothing changes. You're still playing 17 hours in, and when I played on Sunday, I spent almost 2 hours wandering the map because I couldn't remember where I was supposed to go or how I got to the town. That sounds like something I would do. Anybody recall? That is very much a thing I would do. FF8 does a terrible job of telling you where to go. Oh no. Well, are you streaming it though, China? Because like, I feel like somebody would be able to tell you. That's what usually happens. If I'm like really lost on stream, I'm just like, you guys know, tell me. And usually somebody does know. Got lost for 4 hours near the end game after putting the game down for 5 days. Yikes, 4 hours. Oh my God. The Ferris wheel date scene, for example, is very well written and represents both characters very well. The shyness, low self-esteem, and depression that Cloud suffers, and how Aerith throughout the entire game tries to help him overcome it with comments like, I'm trying so hard to find myself, or trying so hard to find you is just one of the clear examples. Yes. She really is trying to help him heal. And we're going to get into a lot of the like mind-bending theories and stuff here too, but he mentions towards the end feeling like he doesn't, like he has others inside of him and he doesn't even know where he ends and those others begin now. And one of the things that I really enjoyed about the ending was, we'll get into it more in a little bit, but I'll just say, I think part of him sort of absorbing a bit of Aerith, you could see it change his demeanor. He looked a little less empty, but I'll want to talk about that more later. What's the next slide? Yes, moving on. Turthos, next slide. Good question, Crimson. Oh, the book about Tifa and Aerith. Yeah, I would love to look through that. It's crazy how upbeat and positive she can be all the time. Absolutely, Gian's. Like, that's what I'm saying. Her personality is very admirable. All right, we're going to get into favorites. I knew there was going to be a lot of them, so we'll go one at a time. What's your favorite main character? Everybody tell me. Hello, Michael. No worries for coming in late. You're good. We still have so much to talk about. Streaming it, but many of your chatters haven't played it yet. Oh. I ended up looking up a walkthrough to figure out when and how I got the Playboy Cowboy. I'm going to have to find out what that means. Now I'm intrigued. I will definitely read it after OG, Ryan. That sounds very interesting. We should all have an Aerith in our lives, totally. All right, so main character. My favorite main character. I don't actually have a planned answer for this. I'm going with my gut. It's so close. It's so close. I think I'm gonna go with Tifa. It's like, it was like Tifa and Aerith, like both at the same time. Tifa wins out just a little bit of an edge for me because I've loved her from the beginning. I've thought she was so cool, so smart, so strong. And the more I learned about her backstory, she's got the same thing going on that Aerith does too, where they've gone through such traumatic things, but they continue to be light and positive and hopeful above all. They never lose their hope. And that is like something that's really important to me. I've personally been through a lot of trauma and a lot of really dark things in my life from a very young age. And that's what keeps me going, is never letting go of hope and forgiveness. Aerith even says it in her big speech after the trials, that what's going to actually make good, hopeful, positive change is forgiveness and hope and joy. And that's how I've always tried to live my life as well. So I feel like Aerith has... See, I can't even put, honestly now, I can't even put one above the other because it's for the same reasons. And it's just because I think I relate to Tifa's personality a little bit more, being like more reserved. It's not even true though. I'm both. Like, I'm a little bit of both. I can be that very reserved and introverted side, and I can be the very bubbly, extroverted, get people out of their shells side too. Can I just say both? I love them both. I feel like they're the two sides of my personality, like perfectly, like in cartoon form, in game form. You really like what they did with Barrett in this game? Yeah, he was a very strong character. And he is like a solid dude, like not just like physically, but like he stays a rock and he doesn't change who he is, like at his core. He's a good person. Cloud, Aerith, and Zack are in my top 5 of Final Fantasy characters all time. So that's a tough one. Exactly. Like, it's a really hard question to answer. Ryan, are you happy with the Tifa answer? You'd go with Aerith without hesitation? You really thought it was going to be Aerith? That's what I'm saying. Like, I don't know. I love them both. Especially after the trials. Okay, to be fair, like half of my favorite moments are Aerith speeches. I love everything she has to say. She's so thoughtful. She's so eloquent. And above all, like she said, she's so full of hope. And I like her outspoken nature. She says what's on her mind. And she's so sure of herself that when she speaks her mind, it's with conviction because she knows what she knows, you know? Favorite character, Cloud, but Barrett and Aerith are so close. Side character, Cisne. Region Nibelheim, Summon Alexander, boss fight Gilgamesh, minigame Queen's Blood. Duh. All right, so main character, like I said, it was like minuscule difference between Tifa and Aerith. I think what had been pushing Tifa over the edge for me too is this, like, she's not superhuman. She's just a human. Aerith has an edge on being a Cetra. I think that gives her a little more power to be that way, to be that positive, hopeful person. Like, she has this like ancient wisdom within her, whereas Tifa is just a regular person and she still lives up to that, like hopeful, gonna keep going, gonna keep trying, gonna keep wanting to make change. And she's just a normal person. You know what I mean? Cop out. It's really hard. You guys know it's a hard question to answer. All right, side character, favorite side character. I have to really think about this. Like, I want to say Johnny. Every time he was around, he just made me laugh. I loved his silly like side quests and his whole like all the Johnnies. And in remake too, like every time he showed up, it was just like, thank God, some comic relief, and like He's just a bro. I just want to chill with Johnny. Favorite region. My favorite region was Costa del Sol. So the region though was Corel, right? But Costa del Sol, I loved being in the little beach town and the wheelies, the Queen's Blood at the beach, and all of that was really fun for me. I'm a beachy. I want to be by the water. A favorite summon. I feel like I summoned Shiva the most, and I love Shiva. Close second would be Kujata, because I just thought he was so cool, and I liked that he was like all the elements. I feel like Shiva's the obvious, like, that was my favorite because I used her the most, but I was surprised by Kujata, and I really did end up really liking him. Good answer, bro. Johnny. I love Johnny. Top 5 characters are Squall, Cloud, Aerith, Balthier, and then Zac in that order. Good order. You'll like her even more in part 3. Tifa's very special. Awesome. Nice. Costa del Sol, number 1. Gold Saucer, number 2. Oh, yeah. Gold Saucer. Amazing. That was so fun. But yeah, Costa del Sol was my favorite. I just kept wanting to go back there, I found. Are you going to miss playing the game? Absolutely. I'm going to keep playing it probably. There's more things I can go back in and do. I probably won't stream it so much, but there's probably some stuff I'll go back and do just on my own time. Do I like when Aerith was singing in this game? Oh, we'll get to Aerith's song. We will get there. The dolphin minigame was good. Yes, I really liked the dolphins too. So boss fight. Favorite boss fight. Definitely not Rufus. Definitely not. Favorite boss fight. Let me take a sip while I think about this. You know what I think it was can I say a couple, like as a whole, all the ones I did on Gilgamesh with the double summon fights were so cool. And that was one of those moments where I had to really think about how I was going into the fights and be like fully prepared. And I liked the challenge. So I'm going to say all of the double summon fights on Gilgamesh Island. And then favorite, and like literally ending with the Gilgamesh fight too was so silly and fun that it was just like the cherry on top for the whole shebang. I don't know why I couldn't think of a word there. You know what I mean, though. That whole thing. Gilgamesh Island. Can I count that as my favorite boss fight? And minigame. I know this is going to be shocking for a lot of you, but my favorite minigame, hear me out, was Queen's Blood. Obviously. I'm obsessed. I want to play that game every day. You miss Fat Chocobo? Oh, that's true. We never got Fat Chocobo in this game, did we? Do I have a PlayStation subscription? I don't believe so. You liked Fort Condor? I liked Fort Condor, but it wasn't my favorite. Have to do the chicken game on hard mode? Oh my God. I never want to touch the chicken chase game ever again. So frustrating. You have a question, Yama? Well, it might be one of the questions we're getting to, so possibly hold off until we've gotten through more of them. Can we consider Vincent a side character in this game, actually? Oh, absolutely. Yes. Yes, Vincent's a side character. But he's not as fun as Johnny. Shoot! I might have to change my answer. It's Roach. My favorite side character is Roach. Absolutely. The very first time I met him, I was like, what is happening when we race him and then fight him on the bikes? And every other time he showed up, I was like so excited because every time we fought him was just really fun fights. And his dialogue was so quirky. And then his whole story arc and his ultimate demise. I mean, technically he's still around, but it was so heartbreaking that, like, yeah, it's Roach. I have to change my answer. Love Johnny too, but that whole every time he showed up was just like so good. Hey, Chuck D, thank you for the subscribe. Thank you. Welcome to the Vandals. We are so happy to have you. Shiva the Queen. Yes, we love Shiva. Costa del Sol is based on the city of Malaga in Spain. It's also called Costa del Sol. They just straight up stole Costa del Sol. I mean, it's just the coast of the sun, right? So I'm not surprised that there is one that actually exists, but now I want to go there. It's probably beautiful. I would love to visit. Balthier is the leading man. He's got to be top 5. Got you. Hey, Yama also with the resub. 8 months. Thank you. OG Vandal. It's funny because the main character of 12 doesn't feel like the main character at all. Really? That is interesting. A hype train is close. Ooh. Can't believe you're picking Balthier over spray tan abs. Oh, I don't know who you're talking about now. Now I'm lost. Gilgamesh for you, Fran. Gilgamesh was really fun. The music in the Gilgamesh song was amazing. Everybody loves Gilgamesh. Yeah. Was going to ask, why is minigame a question when we know what the answer was going to be? Well, I think we can go to the next question. Because that is a good question. Why? It was so obvious. It's basically it was the game for us, right? Queen's Blood. Queen's Blood! I didn't put this question in there. Why are you so good at it? What are your favorite cards and why? Okay, I'm going to answer this question sincerely, though, because I am good at it. I'm so good at Queen's Blood because I love puzzle games. And it was like a puzzle. I am like queen of board games, tabletop, like play me in Scrabble, play me in like any like tabletop game. I get into it. And it felt like that. And I loved like having to have a little bit of strategy, but it was also just kind of luck of the draw, whatever cards you got. And yeah, I love making my brain work. It was so fun. So I think I'm good at it because I've played a lot of games similar to it. And it's how I like to think. What are your favorite cards and why? I liked the ultimate party animal, the Shinra middle manager card that we got near the end. That was the if it was on the board when you won, or if it was on the board, whoever won also won the entire score of the opponent of the round. So like if you won a lane, you also got their score added to yours. If you lost a lane, your score got added to them. And that was the Shinra middle manager card. And I think that was one of my favorites because it was like a total game changer, but it was like easy to know how it was going to affect things. And then I also liked, was it the Gi one where it would take the score? It always did like some crazy big score change where it would take the score of like one of your other cards on another board and like add it to another one. So it like took the points, but it also gave them somewhere else. And it was like a huge boost if you could play it right, if you could make it work for you. Hey, Didzilla, how's it going? Welcome back. If you love card games, you'll for sure love 8 then. They have a simple yet addicting card game. The Triple Triad, right? We've talked about it before. I probably would love it. You love the frog jumping minigame? That was so funny. I just loved that this game threw in so many silly elements like that were so unexpected. Queen's Blood had everything, and it goes deeper than playing a card game. Yeah, right? Like, we're just playing this card game, and then all of a sudden we've got like crazy storyline happening and people dying and mystery and intrigue. Like, it was so good. I loved it. Oh, you were too late with your question. Sorry. I'm trying to read everything today. I miss a lot of messages now. Roach, I know. For you, Hojo. Wait, like fighting Hojo? Hojo sucks. My friend. Yes, my friend, Roach. Gosh. That was really heartbreaking. I really liked that character. The funniest part about that game, I think we're going to get to that question, actually. Dang you, Hojo. Oh my God, I hate Hojo. Oh, you were kidding. Okay. I read it a little out of order, I think. So, I didn't know if that was meant to be like boss fight or something. No, you meant favorite character. Yeah, everybody's favorite character, Hojo. Soulless Sun, yes. I took a little bit of Spanish in high school. I know un poquito. I probably said that wrong. Resub from an original Vandal. That's right, Yama. You keep causing hype trains. You do. Geen Attack. Yeah, that one. He was the GOAT. Game changer for Shadowblood Queen. Oh, the Shadowblood Queen. Honestly, I thought I was going to use more, but I didn't. I feel like she was a little too specific for what she was good for. Oh, Fran, you have to go. See the rest tomorrow. Absolutely. Thank you so much for being here, Fran. I hope you have a better day tomorrow. Good night. Thanks for hanging out with us while you could. Rebirth and 16 are such night and day in terms of goofiness versus seriousness. Yes. And all of the funny moments are like, in 16 are like wrapped in seriousness too. But there are some funny moments. It's a little more dry humor and less silly. Like Rebirth and Remake has a lot of silliness. I think 16, the humor is actually, it's there, but it's like subtle and dry, which I actually really like dry humor. Don't forget 14 has Triple Triad. Oh, that's right. We could do that for the community thing. Ooh, there's a setting where each player can choose from specific cards, so it's for everyone. Un poquito. I love how you pronounce it. I'm glad. At least I got it. You know what I meant. But yeah, that'd be cool. Triple Triad in 14. Funniest part of the game was Cloud slashing Tifa. Get wrecked. Yeah. No. No. Oh, balanced. Thank you. There's a setting where each player can choose from specific cards, so it's balanced for everyone. Gotcha. All right. Next question. Also, as my special little drink here today, I've got... Is it gonna focus? Hold on. Can you guys see that? Why won't it go? It's too bright. Okay, wait. Right about there. Synergy, raw kombucha, and I got the trilogy flavor. How perfect was that? It's the Synergy Raw Kombucha, trilogy flavored. All right, next question. Is the Shadow Blood Queen Genova? Is the Emerald Witch a Cetra? What do you guys think? Has anybody thought about this? Has this come up in anybody's mind? Why was Queen's Blood such a huge part of this game? And like, there's obviously more happening, right? So when we learn more about the Cetra and Genova, we learn that Genova uses humans, like corrupts them to cause disturbances amongst the humans, and that the Cetra are trying to fight again. They were trying to stop Genova from doing that. And then we hear about this queen, the Shadow Blood Queen, who is causing like some crazy, upsetting disturbances. But then there's also this Emerald Witch that we don't really know much about, but we know that every time we see the Cetra, they're like in green glowing light, and the magic of the Cetra is always this green glowing force field. So could the Shadow Blood Queen be a real queen somewhere along the lines that has been corrupted by Genova to cause strife? And could the Emerald Witch be the counterpart, the Cetra, who is trying to stop it from happening? What do you guys think? Bedtime for you, China. Good night. Thank you for being here. Oh, and I will have Turthos answer you about that question you had earlier. We'll get you. Broden knew too much when he gave Cloud the deck. Yeah, something was weird. I really hope we get to see why that was such a big part of the game. All right, next question. Longtime 7 fan, and my theory is I have no freaking idea. This is too advanced for my mind. I mean, they've got to tie it in somehow, right, Gian? Like, that was a lot of buildup for it to not somehow tie into the overall game. I hope it does. I hope it will. All right. Most surprising moment, most frustrating moment, saddest moment, and funniest moment. All right. Most surprising. Honestly, I think right out the gate, it was getting to play as Zach in the opening sequence. I was like shocked by that. Were there any other shocking moments? Most surprising. The other most shocking moment was actually Cloud kissing Tifa. I was shocked. I did not think that was actually going to happen, at least not in this game. Most frustrating. God, the chicken game. Right? Or no, the Rufus fight. I think the Rufus fight was really frustrating. The chicken game didn't take me that long. It was frustrating. But no, the Rufus fight, that was really frustrating because it just felt like impossible to win. A saddest moment. There were so many. Can I say like all of the trials though? Like that whole collection. Like I said, I don't think I've ever cried so hard for a game before. That one hit me on such a like deep personal level in every element. Like every single character's like big trauma was something that I could personally relate to in my life. And it was really hard to get through. So I have to go with the trials as a whole as my saddest moment. And funniest, hands down, Red in the suit, the Shinra suit, doing the moonwalk out to go play Queen's Blood on the Shinra cruise ship. I laughed so hard. It was so unexpected, so silly, so goofy, and I loved seeing that side of Red because that was even before he really... Yes. Yes, he's so cute. That was even before he revealed like his real like puppy voice too. So he was always this like really gruff, serious character. And then he just comes out like his silly little moves. The way that he moved was so funny too. Like his body just it looked so awkward. It was so cute. No worries, Jaeger. Playing as Zach was also your most shocking moment. Yeah, it was so surprising. Especially as like the opening. I think I was also shocked that I got to fight as Sephiroth. I think because I never played the original, it was probably even less shocking for me, but maybe you guys can weigh in who have played the original. Was it just like wild that you got to like be Sephiroth in the game and control him and like be from his perspective? Because that was crazy for me and I never even played the original. But yeah, the Zach opening the game was such a shock. Most frustrating, Chocobo Racing and the Evil Gates of Doom. That was a close runner-up. I still think the Rufus Shinra fight was more frustrating to me. Because at least with the Chocobo races, I felt like I could eventually defeat them. Like I could get through them. With Rufus, I felt like I have no chance here. And it was just like beating my head against a wall. Although with the Chocobo races, it was like literally beating my Chocobo's head against a wall. But I felt like I was making progress in the Chocobo races, as evidenced by the fact that I did eventually get through them. And I like a challenge like that. But with Rufus, it didn't feel like a challenge. It felt like a F you. You're not going to get through this. Surprising opening scene when the main cast dies and Zack saves Aerith and Cloud. Frustrating Skywheel shutdown first visit. Saddest Aerith's trial. Funniest question. Does that make me a dumbass? That was really funny. That's one of those things with Aerith where I say she just like speaks her mind. And I love it because she is quick-witted. She's so sure of herself that she's always has a response for things in the moment. And I feel like a lot of us wish we could be like that. 16 YouTube subs to go. Yes, Earthling, thank you so much for being here. And yes, oh my God, 16. It's so close, you guys. If you have not already subbed on YouTube, help us get there. We're almost to the Aerith cosplay. Aerith answering Barrett in calm after Cloud tells his story. Yeah. I love her dialogue. She's quick. Saddest part for Yu-Gi-Oh was Aerith's dream date. The death didn't hit me as hard as the dream date because they made it so confusing. A lot of streamers were saying they had no idea if she was dead or not, or going into the boss fight. Yes, and it is confusing because she is, but she also isn't. Like they show that there's like a split and there's two possibilities. And in one of them, there's blood everywhere. She's clearly dying. And in another one, no blood, clearly not dying. So it is confusing and it isn't straightforward. And I don't think they actually answered it necessarily. Most surprising for Jaeger was Cloud slicing Tifa. Yeah, that was a shock. Frustrating was navigating Cosmo Canyon. Same. Super frustrating. Saddest was Aerith's trial. Okay, everybody's saying Aerith's trial. I do feel like hers was really sad. I feel like Red's got me really hard. Yuffie's got me really hard. Aerith's did too, but for some reason, I think I was just immediately triggered by Red's trial, like right off the bat. And then I was just done after that. I was just done. Red 13 had that Michael Jackson in him. Yeah, doing the moonwalk was so goofy. When she said, I really, really tried on her way back to her mom. Yeah, totally. Funniest moment was yours, but I'll offer a second answer. Rude in the bald men's club in Junon. I forgot about the bald people. That was really funny. So random. Playing as Sephiroth and Zack was definitely surprising. So we're all kind of on the same page for a lot of these too. That's interesting. I did win the races. I did eventually win those Chocobo races. Saddest for Ryan personally was Gungaga scene when Tifa sees Sephiroth dragging Cloud away. Tifa sees Sephiroth dragging Cloud away. Like in a flashback? I'm trying to recall. That one isn't actually like very present in my mind. Shabam, how's it going? Hi, welcome in. Want to see Van's Aerith cosplay? Help her reach YouTube sub goal of 500 here. There's the link to YouTube if you have not subscribed on YouTube yet. Super close. Forgot about the trials? You forgot about the trials? Oh, I will never forget that moment. That was so rough. Aerith's trial trigger your CPTSD? Dude, all of them did for me. It was just trauma after trauma triggered. Square definitely knew what they were doing with the trial order. Totally. The whole Aerith portion was straight evil from them, but important to the story. Yeah, it was rough. That's the most I could say. You guys saw me like fully break down. It was rough. Share the clip on Discord, but it's while Tifa is dipped in the live stream. Oh, okay. Yeah, Tifa's like foray into the live stream was really cool. Very impactful. Dying and Barrett crying was low-key saddest honorable mention. Oh, you're right, Crimson. That was really hard to get through. Hello. Welcome to YouTube. I'm not sure what to call you because I cannot read your name. But please let me know if there's a name you would like to be called. New friend on YouTube. I'm Vandalier, if you don't know. All right, next question. How's everybody doing? Have we gotten through questions you already had in mind, or have I still not answered some of your questions? Given your interest in the topic, hold on, let me try that again. Given your interest in the topic, what characters or story elements did you find noteworthy from a psychological standpoint? All right, this is where we get into one of my special interests, which is psychology. So we've talked a little bit about CPTSD here. I feel like all of the main characters have it, right? Particularly, we see Cloud having so many flashes and confusion based around things that are triggering to him. But all of the main characters have some severe trauma from their history. And then on top of that, characters like Tifa throughout make comments, well, particularly Tifa, she makes comments throughout the game, if you're really paying attention, that sound like she is neurodivergent, possibly ADHD. She talks about how it's really hard for her to make friends. She feels like she has to mask. It doesn't come as naturally to her as it does for other people. She talks about the gold saucer being too much sensory stimulation for her and feeling very overwhelmed. And as she's saying it, she's kind of sitting like shut down, like spaced out, like I just need a little time. And I know that feeling, and it comes directly from me being neurodivergent and ADHD. And she, even like with her friendships and stuff, it was like when she talked about her friends from her youth, it felt like it was by circumstance that was her friends, and she never really fit in necessarily. And so for her, like, I wouldn't normally like armchair diagnose random strangers or like celebrities or anything like that, but we're talking about game characters and the reasons why we relate to them as humans. And so in this case, I feel like it's a little okay because they're not real people. I do feel like Tifa may be ADHD, and that was one of the things that I really related to with her character throughout, is she kind of hints at it in her dialogue and in her in the way that she responds to things. And then on top of that, having like PTSD from all of the traumatic things that have happened to her, like that's why I relate to her character so much, because she really feels like a condensed version of things that I've gone through and feel. I do think Cloud, with his PTSD, he definitely gives like autistic vibes at times, where he like does not know how to be social. He's very introverted, and it seems like he doesn't pick up on social cues a lot of the time. Like things just go right past him, or he'll say things very straightforward and blunt, where other people might see him being as rude, but he's just saying like what he's thinking and feeling without like softening it in any way. And I say this as somebody who is likely on the autism spectrum myself. I'm not officially diagnosed, though I do have an ADHD diagnosis. I have taken all the online things. Like I've delved deep, and I have a lot of the traits. So I say this as somebody who relates in a lot of ways to this as well. But it's interesting because with PTSD and ADHD and autism, there's a lot of overlap, and sometimes they can get misdiagnosed as each other. So I think with Cloud, though, it could just be like really severe PTSD, but it presents in a way that appears somewhat autistic. And I think that's really interesting. And even further with Cloud specifically, actually throughout the game, but especially towards the end, he's generally exhibiting signs of psychosis or schizophrenia. If you looked at him only from like a psychological, like if he was going to go talk to a psychiatrist and they were going to assess him, and if he was genuinely open with what he's seeing, feeling, and experiencing, he would be considered in psychosis and schizophrenic, like by the end of the game. I don't actually think he is. I think he is actually experiencing and seeing the things that he is going through. But I think if he were to talk to the other characters, a lot of people are like, well, if he sees Aerith and he knows nobody else can, why isn't he telling them? And I think if he told them, they'd probably all be concerned and be like, you're psychotic. We need to get you help. And so I think he may be holding that information back because he's afraid that that's how others will perceive him, especially because he's had so many instances like him almost murdering Tifa, right? Where he's confused about who and what is around him. And we can see from his perspective that he really is experiencing it this way, but to everybody else, he just looks crazy. But I think it's really interesting because if you actually do have schizophrenia, which I have family members who do, you cannot tell them that what they're experiencing isn't 100% real. So it's really confusing and intriguing that there's that element that if this was real world and he was experiencing what he was experiencing, that's how it would present and it's what it would look like. Don't know if it's totally unrealistic and bad character development, but the fact that Aerith's personality is so cheerful and carefree despite her horrible childhood trauma. No, I think that's actually pretty accurate. For me personally, I've had friends and acquaintances tell me in the past that I was like too unicorn and rainbows, like too bubbly, too positive, because I always try to look for the bright side. I always try to see the positive. And I personally, like, if I told you my story, like my whole life story from like young child to now, it's riddled with trauma. Like, it's really dark. And you wouldn't necessarily know that just by talking to me. I think part of it is a coping mechanism, but in a healthy way, wanting to continue to hold on to hope. Like I was saying, Aerith pushes this narrative throughout, wanting to stay positive. But you've got two choices when you go through trauma. Basically, you can just like let it consume you and let it define you and let it bring you down and keep you in a dark place, or you can let it propel you to the other end of the spectrum, and that is never wanting to end up back in that place and wanting to make something beautiful come from it. And I think that's what Aerith does. I think for me personally, I can really relate to that and wanting to be that way. So I don't think it's actually bad character development. I think it's actually incredibly realistic for a lot of people who have gone through very traumatic experiences. It's like a common flip to have it push you towards, maybe it's not the most common, but it's a real like coping mechanism. You liked the pot summon best? He's pulled me out of a pinch so many times. The pot? Which one's the pot? Big broad question. Yes, this is a big broad question. What do you guys think about this? Started to keep my PTSD stuff to myself. I think it's better that way. Sometimes. And also with trauma in particular, depends on who you talk to. But I do think constantly rehashing or talking about our traumatic experiences isn't necessarily helpful. I think it's important to process in a safe way at some point, but it's not necessary to keep bringing up and processing over and over again. If you're having to keep doing it, then something in the way that you're processing is not working for you, and you need to find a new way to process. Because I do think like we carry and we can get like stunted emotionally from trauma at a certain point, which we see Cloud do a lot. He's shut down. He's at that point where he has not processed. He is completely shut down emotionally and like socially. Whereas somebody like Aerith, it seems like she has dealt with and processed a lot of it. So her outlook and her experience is a bit different. You're yet to see all of Cloud's story, past and future. This is true. I'm very excited to learn more. Very true. Yes. All right. Anybody else? I'm trying to think if there was anything else psychologically that I wanted to talk about. That was like the main thing, like Cloud and dealing with like it looking like psychosis and schizophrenia. I think it's a really interesting thing because like you don't see that very often. Hey, Jonathan. How's it going? All right, I think we can move on to the next question. If I think of anything else, we'll bring it back up, but can't personally relate to how you described Aerith's personality, but do you hear her burying her trauma like a Stepford wife type scenario? I don't think so. I think she's actually been pretty level-headed and dealt with it. I don't think she hides any of it. I think she may just actually be at the point where she's healed enough. You know what I mean? All right. Who is Aerith singing about? I want to hear your answers first. Also, do we have the lyrics? I kind of want to go over them. Who is Aerith singing about? All right, here's the lyrics. We can answer this, but first, let's just take a look at the lyrics together, shall we? Walking city streets with worn cobblestones, listening to people rushing past to rhythms all their own, life passing me by, not thinking how the years have flown until I met you. I won't say that it was fate. I won't say that it was destiny, but if not, what could it be that drew you towards me? Could it be chance? What's she talking about? If only I'd never known all the burdens I was born to bear, lived a life without a care in the world save for you, but that won't do. Till the day that we meet again on our street, I want to believe in the chance that we'll share a glance, promises to keep we won't ever need. Till the day that we meet again at our place, just let me believe in the chance that you'll come. Take my hand and never let me go. Take my hand and believe we can be together evermore. Walking city streets with worn cobblestones, struggling against the crowds and finding ourselves all alone. Fate and destiny are no guarantee. Still, I hope someday you'll come and find me. Still, I know someday you'll come and find me. So, personally, I think it's about Zach. I think it feels a lot like longing for somebody that she is not near. And when she wrote this, she was with Cloud, Tifa, Barrett. She was with all of them. And I don't think it's about her mother, because the line, what could it be that drew you towards me? Like, you wouldn't say that about a parent. Like, obviously you're connected to your parent no matter what. I really think it's about Zach. I think he's been throughout this entire story too. He keeps showing up, especially in the final moments. And it's like they keep trying to catch each other and they keep missing each other in these alternate realities. And it's just like just almost. And fate keeps saying, no, you can't be together. No, you can't be together. And they're like, screw fate. Like, maybe that's not real. Maybe we don't have to be defined by some destiny that we have no control over. That's why I think it's about Zach. A lot of people assume it was about Cloud because of comments the singer and the composer made. What kind of comments? But the developers have said it's not about one person, but everyone she cares about? Maybe. Yeah. And she did know at this point, she had a knowing that something was going to happen to her. So maybe she was already foreshadowing, like, being separated from all of her closest friends. But I just feel like at the moment that she was actually writing it, they were all with her and Zach is the one who was missing. Singer said she researched Cloud and Aerith's relationship as her inspiration when she was singing the song, and then the devs were like, psych. You say the song is without a doubt about Zach? Okay. The song straight up references when she met Cloud on Loveless Street is why people assumed it was Cloud. The Aerith Dream Date song is just the instrumental of her song. Interesting. Walking city streets with worn cobblestones. But I like most of the city streets that they walk on are cobblestones. It doesn't necessarily have to be the same one. I think Aerith was inspired to write the song after Tifa told her that Cloud knew and was friends with Zach, and she was trying to process her feelings from that in her Skywheel date. Ooh, good point. It was immediately after that conversation. At first I thought it was Zach, but then looking at JP lyrics, Japanese lyrics, it sounds more like Cloud. Oh, interesting. What makes it more about Cloud in the Japanese lyrics? That's why Aerith threatened Kate when he tried reading over her shoulder because she was still hurting at the news from Tifa. Oh, yeah. She was like being very protective about that. And that's one of those like perfect example of Aerith finding a healthy way to process her grief. In that moment, it is such a good coping skill to write as a way to process grief. I've written a lot of songs myself that were to process really heavy things that I've been through. And it's incredible what a release that can be, to just good old fashioned pen and paper, write things out. So I think that just, again, is like reaffirming to me that like Aerith is really good at processing her trauma and not just bottling it up or pretending like it doesn't exist. She deals with it. The way the devs showed Tifa telling Aerith was in the haunted hotel, and Aerith was writing the song by the staircase downstairs in the hotel. Yeah, totally. It was all back to back right there. So at first the song was made to only play in the credits, but devs liked it so much they added it in the gold saucer. And I'm so glad they did, because that was such a beautiful moment. I loved the whole Loveless scene and playing it and their costumes and everything. Oh, it was so fun. That's how you map the chronology of events. Yeah. The song, she met Elmira on a cobblestone, so that's not a Cloud-focused thing. Aerith loves everyone, and the song concludes with Biggs, Jesse, Wedge, which shows it's not just about Cloud, but also about the people we have lost. Yes, absolutely. I think I agree with you on that too, that it isn't necessarily just about one person, though I think the main thrust of it is about Zach, but I do think it is in reference to everybody she cares about who she has lost or who she was anticipating losing as well. In the Japanese lyrics, before the localization, starts with, I met you at that city where the sound of hurried footsteps rushed by, even the clock ticked by quickly until yesterday. Aerith loves everyone, and the song concludes, yes, I already read that, with Biggs, Jesse, and Wedge showing up. That's right. All right. I think we're ready for the next question. Do also stand with you that Zach has a core part in the song. Cloud isn't dead, and she doesn't know she's going to die yet, so it didn't make sense for her to cry about him near the end. I think she may have known she was going to die, maybe. Rebirth Moogles, cute or creepy? Everybody, give us your answer. Hollow remake theme is about Cloud's feelings. No Promises to Keep is about Aerith's feelings. Hollow, I'll need to look at the lyrics for that one. There are lyrics to it, right, for Hollow? Because oof, Hollow, yeah, he feels like a shell. Creepy, creepy, hideous, hard-hitting question time. Oh, thank you for the hydrate. Hojo levels of abomination. Kill it with 1,000 Fyragas. Oh my god. Worst Moogle design. The end is open to interpretation. I agree with you. I think it should be. All the best music, all the best songs ever written are the ones that are open to interpretation, and you get to add your own like meaning to it. So she did an excellent job writing that song. All right, we got my hydrate. All right, I'm disagreeing with all of you. I think they're cute. I think the way they move around and float and like zip around the sky with their little tiny little purple bat wings, I think they're cute. I know everybody thinks like their teeth are weird, but they're kind of just like marsupial teeth, or like, I don't know. Yeah, like rodent teeth, which I think are cute. I think rats are adorable though, so maybe I'm weird, but I think rats are cute, bats are cute, koalas and teddy bears are cute, and I feel like they just took all of those characters, not all of those characters, all of those animals, all of those creatures, and mushed them up into one and gave us a quirky little trickster. And I think they're cute. Like the Moogles, unfollow. No. I do agree that other Moogles are cuter, but I don't think these ones are as creepy as everybody thinks. You say creepy too, Curious? Sounds like if Hojo mushed all those together and added a hint of Genova cells. Okay, well in that case, a little scary. But no, I think they look like mostly like koalas, which are one of the cutest creatures on this earth. And then they have bat wings, which are my actual favorite animal, are bats. I think they're cute. That ugly smile. It's hyper realistic teeth. Exactly, but they're like hyper realistic, like a like a possum or something, or a rat. Mostly a rat. They look like rat teeth to me. It looks like you go through a face surgery, except it does the opposite of what it's supposed to. Wish they were enemies to beat up in Chadley's VR. Oh. What's everybody's favorite Moogle iteration? I don't know if I can really answer this because I haven't seen all of them, but I do love Nectar in 16. I think he's so cute and just a little round guy. Nectar's super cute. 14 and 16 Moogles, no question. 16 Moogle is top Moogle? All right, well, hey, maybe I don't need to see them all because you guys have seen them all and you still say 16, so. Oh, no, you said 6. Oh, you said 6. You didn't say 16, Yama. All right. Well, I'm going to need to see these. If you're in the Discord, which I know you are, Yama, but anybody in the Discord, and if you're not in the Discord, you can join. Post your favorite Moogle picture in the general chat. The link to Discord, by the way, while we're on the topic, if you're on YouTube, is in the description box. And if you're on Twitch, just there it is. There's the link for the Discord. While we're at it, for good measure, if you haven't subbed on YouTube yet, please consider. Would be so much appreciated. We are almost to our 500 goal, and I would love to get there as soon as possible so we can get that Aerith cosplay on stream. You think the Moogles in Rebirth are the best? You do? Are you being serious? Because everybody else thinks they're creepy. They already had a decent Moogle design to use in Crisis Core, and they changed it? Why would they do that? That's so funny. I love that the Rebirth Moogles are actually your favorite. I think they're cute. But I like creepy cute too. So yeah. It makes sense, I guess. All right, next question. What do we got? I don't even know what's coming up. Oh, why is Vincent so cool? And when are you going to cosplay as him? Oh, the real questions are coming out. Should I do a Vincent cosplay? I said, I don't know if I have such a snatched waist as him. I'm going to have to wear like a serious corset to get there. But yeah, he is so cool. He's so cool because he's goth AF and mysterious, and everybody loves a mysterious goth boy. Yes, you say yes to a Vincent cosplay. Anyone else? Any more votes? I'm gonna need no less than 10 votes to start making this happen. Let's say that, because it's gonna be a lot of work actually. But he is pretty cool, and I'd be open to it. What does everybody like about Vincent? Why do you think he's cool? Turthos says yes. Yama says yes. That's 2. I say 10 or no dice. Chuck D says yes. All right. We're up to 3. Why is Vincent so cool? I mean, he's a vampire. I am one of those people who is slightly intrigued by vampires and wouldn't necessarily say no if given the opportunity to become one. Black Frost says yes. Austin says yes. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That's 5 yeses. Final Fantasy Gaming, I think your yes was in regards to the Moogles still, so I'm not counting it. We've only got 5 so far. Earthling says, vampire can bite me. That's what I'm saying, right? You get to be immortal and look cool all the time. Very intriguing. Unfair question since you don't know much about him yet. True. I really don't know anything about him. I think it's the mystery for me, though. That's why I like him. Never got into Vincent because I didn't find him in OG FF7 and never played Dirge of Cerberus. He's always been an NPC to me. So you have to find him in OG? Is that it? Or you don't necessarily play as him? Am I going to learn more about him? I feel like I should. Vincent just has that aura of coolness. It's wild. Yes, he does. I just want to like be his friend. Vincent is annoying to get an OG, but worth it. Ah, so you have to work for it to be his friend. That makes sense, though. You got to work for him. He's aloof. You gotta go digging. Vincent and Yuffie are optional in OG. You can totally miss both of them. That's wild. Yuffie is a pain to get in OG too. I guess we're gonna find out soon enough. That should be. We'll be playing OG real soon. Does he look as cool in the OG? I mean, I know he's like pixelated and stuff, but was he cool even then? Or was he just like a random vampire dude? Speaking of that picture right there with all the lightning, I got some really cool video of lightning strikes last night. I was going to clip it down and share it in the Discord. Like actual video of like really cool lightning bolts. It was nice. It looked like that. He was cooler in OG? Really? Yuffie and Vincent are side quest characters. No, I knew that. Like I've heard that before. Not a big spoiler. Totally. Crimson. No worries. You got lightning too? Yeah, there was storms moving all across the Midwest and beyond yesterday. All right. Next question. But I'm open to a Vincent cosplay, but I still got to get at least 10 people interested. All right, let's talk. Oof. All right, here we go. We're getting into it. Let's talk endgame matters. Thoughts on the Temple of the Ancients and the history lesson from the Cetra. So by the time we got that history lesson, I feel like we knew a lot of what was being recapped there. Like we knew Genova was like the adversary, and we knew that the Cetra was trying to stop her. I feel like it was really helpful though to hear it. Like I said, throughout this game, there were so many like stop and starts because of all the mini games and side quests that sometimes like I lost the plot. So it was nice to have like a full-on history lesson recap of it there. I want to know more about this battle. Like they touch on it, but it was like a real physical battle between these beings, like in this temple or in the area of the temple. Seems a bit wild that would be a thing that actually happened, but I would like to learn more about it. Also, when the history lesson is being told, my first thought was, and I was trying not to interrupt the dialogue because I was trying to really pay attention and take it all in because it went by pretty quickly. But when they first started talking, like the Cetra were like telling the history, my first thought was that sounded like Aerith's voice, but it was like distorted. But then I didn't say it because I didn't want to interrupt the dialogue. And then by the time we got through it, like I forgot to say it. But I went back and listened to it. And also, as I was playing through it the first time too, when they finally come straight face to face with Sephiroth after they're hearing the story of the Cetra, and then they come face to face with Sephiroth in the temple, Aerith like steps up to like speak out against Sephiroth to his face. And when she first starts talking, her voice has the same distortion that the Cetra voice had on it the whole time it was telling the history. So I went back and watched that scene again. And anytime that the Cetra story is being told, you don't see Aerith. And in fact, she's like off in a different area as they show the entire crew, everybody else, like standing in the center part of the temple while the story is being told. And then she comes back in and joins them as they keep walking on. And then, like I said, when she comes up to Sephiroth to start talking, when she first starts talking, her voice has that same effect on it. And then as she starts to have a little more of her own, like talking back to Sephiroth in that moment, the Cetra effect on her voice starts to dissipate a bit. And she even has like the green glow around her, and that starts to fade as well. Almost like she's breaking from whatever her ancestry, her DNA is like trying to make her convey, and she's saying her own feelings in that moment instead of just like what's fated or destiny. She's saying what she feels, and it's really interesting to watch it like switch, because you hear it like it was almost like she was the one telling them the history of the Cetra, or they were speaking through her to the group, and then it fades away as she's like standing up for herself and saying what she believes in. Shinobi Sato, hello. Thank you for being a first-time chatter. Welcome. I'm Vandalier. Thanks for being here. Favorite genre of music? Do I play any instruments? Have you written any songs? That's a really good question. I love a lot of genres. I gravitate towards like singer-songwriter. I love classic rock. For me, classic rock I define as like Led Zeppelin, Pink Floyd, Bob Marley, like that kind of era of like 60s, 70s, the Beatles. And then love a lot of like 90s, like early grunge and alternative from like the 90s, early to once you get into the 2000s, I start to lose interest, but like 90s grunge and alternative. And now I'm really been getting into a lot of female singer-songwriters. Like I've been loving Mitski, Leve, even Melanie Martinez. Like I've been listening to a lot of these like powerful girl singers, and I really love them. So that's where I'm at now. And I do not play an instrument, but I do sing, I do write songs, and I have been known to perform from time to time. Did not expect Rebirth to expand on the Gi tribe lore and including them into the Cetra history, where in OG, the Gi were just Cosmo Canyon generic enemies and then forgotten. Yeah. That was part of it too. Learning that the Gi were the ones who actually created the black materia. Was that even in OG? I mean, I'm gonna find out, but I don't mind if you answer me. Did they create the black materia in the original? Or was that a new thing added? I think it's imperative that Cid and Ilfana's past relationship is exposed in the next game to further understand what Hojo Shinra learned about the Cetras from her experiments. Cid and Ilfana? Wasn't Ilfana Aerith's mom? That feels like spoiler territory for me. All right, what else about the Temple of the Ancients? I really was intrigued by Aerith's progression as a character throughout that, learning and watching her like almost being taught the skills of her people as they were moving through it, as she was learning to like harness the life force energy throughout the temple. Because up until that point, she hadn't really. She had like basically the same set of skills and magic as everybody else. So that really like was setting her apart from then on. And I think it's interesting that she didn't have those abilities previously. And it took her going through this like pilgrimage basically of her original ancestors' place to start gaining some of these skills. And yeah, it was really interesting to see her kind of being almost puppeted by the Cetra in the same way that Cloud was being puppeted by Sephiroth. Remember when Cid picked up the crew and Cid asked Aerith about what happened to Ilfana and didn't know she died? I'm just speculating. Oh, so he knew her. I don't remember that, but now that you mention it, yeah, interesting. It was Rebirth that first introduced the Gi creating the black materia. Okay, wow. Do you want to play the video? Yeah. Do you guys want to see the video of Aerith's voice I think it's really interesting. I hope you guys find it as like, ooh, as I did. Yeah, roll that beautiful bean footage. Sorry, I couldn't help it. You got it ready to go? Just a sec. Okay. Yeah. You guys got to pay attention to her voice, okay? To the voice first that's speaking. Tell me if you think it sounds like Aerith's mixed with the voice of the Cetra. Like, I don't think it sounds exactly like her voice. I think it sounds like her voice doubled with the Cetra's, like, ancient speaking voice. And then you'll see as they switch, as it leaves her. It's really cool. Still waiting. You guys still have music, right? Oh, here we go. And then she walks down and joins them. She wasn't standing there, though, as that was all happening.
Shall reach into infinity. It shall encompass worlds unbound by fate and histories unwritten.
What do you mean?
My fragmented mother. These errant worlds, all shall be one again.
The reunion.
All made whole forever.
There's no such thing as forever.
Ah. But there will be.
No. You're wrong.
Your day of reckoning is here.
Did you see the green fade from around her as she, like, brought out her own feelings there? Yeah, it's like Aerith's voice speaking in unison with another voice, and then it just fades to just her voice at the end. What do you guys think? I don't know. I thought it was pretty cool, especially after she had just gone through this whole process where they were almost like teaching her. Which brings me to another thought. It'll be interesting to see if they give back the black materia to the Gi to help release them from their permanent limbo like they promised. Yeah, I was really curious about that. Because doesn't Red straight up tell them, like, yeah, I'll get it for you or something? And I was like, I remember being really shocked by that. But what was I going to say about Aerith and the Cetra? I lost it. Yeah, I feel like she is... Oh, That's what it was. Apparently, and Turthos, please give me the correct info for this, but the writers or the developers were influenced by Carl Jung's psychology and also the Yogacara Buddhist belief system in a lot of the writing and in the world building here. And one of like the basics of Jungian psychology is that we all have a shared unconscious that is built out from our DNA, that it's like we all have a basic same understanding of the world that is just like innate and built into us, that revolves around these archetypes. And I feel like in Aerith's case, she's awakening these archetypes in herself as she's going through this temple process, and this like ancient wisdom that's just innate in her is starting to come out because she's in that presence, and it's like being brought out of her. And also, interestingly, in Carl Jung's theories, traumatic events can trigger people to tap into their collective unconscious. And she had just gone through the trials where she was being heavily like tormented psychologically. And all the while she's being influenced and affected by being in this place of her ancestors. I think it is her retelling the history with that added level of her universal unconscious of her own personal ancestry coming through her. But there's a part of her that very strongly wants to fight against destiny and fate. And that's why when you see the green aura glow around her fade, her own voice comes through really clearly, and she's asserting her insistence on fate and destiny not controlling her outcome. Even in her song lyrics, she says, I won't say that it was fate. I won't say that it was destiny. Could it be chance? And I think that's what she's holding on to. She doesn't want things to be fated. She's trying to change destiny. She's trying to figure out how she can make it all right. And I just think that it was a really subtle but powerful way to show her breaking in that moment from fate and destiny and asserting her own will, what she wanted, her own free will. You know what's happening there, but think it's spoiler territory? Okay. Hello, Elias. Welcome back. No way in hell they're going to give the black materia to the Gi. Cloud put the black materia in his Buster Sword, which means in part 3, he's going to get a major buff in his gameplay. Possibly. That would make sense. I feel like it's going to have to come back out at some point, though. Like, it can't just stay in the sword. That slide is coming up? Oh, okay. Did I ever watch the movie Prometheus? I feel like the beginning of that movie tries to explore what you're saying about collective unconscious before it turns into a disaster movie. I've not seen that, but I would be interested. I love digging deep into psychological theories. All right. Next slide, please. Does anybody have any final thoughts on the Temple of the Ancients or the Cetra before we move on, though? Do I like replaying games? Depends on the game. I very much enjoyed replaying 16. I like going back to things. I do like, not specifically gaming, but I do like revisiting old favorites. I like rereading old books. I love watching movies that I've seen 100 times. I will replay the same sitcoms and TV shows that I've watched over and over again for the comfort aspect. So same goes for games that I love too. I like revisiting. It's like seeing old friends again. So yes. All right, next slide. You connected with the trial scenes. Would you like to comment on the traumas depicted there? and how you found yourself relating to the characters. Oof. He just happened to walk into the room while I was reading that and got the look. That's a, ooh. All right, hold on. I'm getting the tissues ready. No, we're not gonna cry. I'm actually just really hot. Aerith's trial damn near broke you. All right, let's just go in order, shall we? So Red, Nanaki, we see his trial was experiencing it was medical trauma. He was being experimented on. And I did touch on it as I was playing that scene. But for me personally, why that was so triggering, and I can talk about it now, because much like Aerith, I have processed my trauma. I've dealt with it in healthy ways. And I've taken a lot of time to process and fully heal from things. But I can still be triggered, obviously. Things come up and it's a reminder of the things that we've been through. But yeah, so him being physically restrained by people stronger than him, by many people, multiple people, holding him down, and then the giant needle coming at him was a literal representation of one of the most traumatic things I've ever been to, which is when I actually did have a mental health crisis. I experienced psychosis. This is why I can talk about these things from a personal firsthand viewpoint. I went through, in my process of dealing with trauma, I went a little too deep, too fast on my own. And actually this ties back into like the Jungian psychology, like Carl Jung psychology. He talks about finding balance between the unconscious and the persona, like your social, the social element of your personality and the inner world of your personality. And if you retreat too far into the inner world, that can present as like psychotic episodes or like psychosis, things not what you are experiencing and feeling on the inside doesn't match up with the reality that everyone else around you is experiencing. But I went through a period of time where I started to sort of fade into, and it was at the tail end of like being on lockdown where everybody was very isolated. But I spent a lot of that time, because I had a lot of time on my hands, spent a lot of that time processing my own personal trauma, reading a lot, watching a lot of videos, digging in and going really deep. But I went, like I said, I was too much on my own and I went a little too deep, too fast, and I didn't have the proper support that I needed. I felt like I could just do it on my own. And it did push me into a psychotic episode. And I ended up ER, like trip. Surrounding this, there was also some other circumstances that were very traumatic as well. Losing a really close relative very unexpectedly, and then being on my own for a few days. And that like pushed me over the edge. But so I ended up having a psychotic break, was taken to the ER, and I was very much in a, what's the word? Euphoric state. I was very happy and like friendly and bubbly. I mean, some people can go like depressive and very dark and deep when they have a break with reality. I went the opposite direction. I went very high, very bubbly, very ecstatic. So I say that to say, in my case, the way I was treated was so unnecessarily harmful. I was treated like, I don't know, somebody who was really aggressive or like harmful to somebody. I was not harmful to anybody. I was just not perceiving reality in the moment. And so the late night ER doctor who was there was power tripping, didn't want to deal with me or something, and kept insisting that they were going to give me some shots. And I was like fully not okay and not perceiving reality at the time. And I was like, no, I don't want that. I thought in my head, I thought it was to kill me. I thought they wanted to murder me because that's how far from reality I was. But so I was very afraid and I didn't want any shots. I just wanted to go to sleep, I was just sitting quietly in my room watching the TV, but kind of out of my mind. And at one point they came back and they were like, actually, if you don't let us give you these shots, we're going to make you. And as they were saying that, 4 nurses and 4 huge security guards come in the room and hold me down while I'm terrified, thinking I'm going to die. I think whatever they want to give me is to kill me. And shot me up, both of my legs. And I screamed the loudest I've ever screamed in my life. I thought I was dying, was terrified. And so to see that scene of Red being tied down, held down against his will, not knowing whatever they're going to do to him, give to him, if it's going to kill him, if it's going to destroy him as a person, what it's going to do. I so heavily related to that scene. And that was what just like, I was like done after that. Like the rest of them, yes, they were super sad. And also each one had aspects of things that I've dealt with personally as well. But that one alone was just the most recent, raw and fresh. I mean, it was several years ago, but for me, like traumatic experience, that was the most extreme thing that I'd been to in recent history. And it was very hard to watch. I don't mind talking about it now because everybody in my life that cares about me, is important to me, all know about it. Like I've talked about it very openly. I talk about it openly because I know I'm not alone. And the more that I talk about it, the more people are like, oh yeah, actually I've been through similar, or like I've been there, but I didn't want to talk about it. It was scary to talk about, or I was afraid people would judge me. But yeah, I've been through it and I've dealt with it and I've processed it, but those moments can still be real triggering. And I thought it was really just a little on the nose that was like the first thing. Red trial threw me off guard. The slamming and dragging and the chains hurt bad. Yeah, exactly. And in addition to all of this, they actually restrained me, which was completely unnecessary as well. Like I was physically restrained. Me, I'm this little girl. Like it was insane. The way I was treated was insane. It was absolutely uncalled for, horrible. And that is how a lot of people who are in mental health crisis in our country specifically, but all over the world, I'm sure too, are treated. And it's so wrong. Horrifying. Yes, indeed. Terrifying. We all have our own living nightmares, though. I have my own, but I'm not sharing. So respect. Yeah, no worries. And like, you don't have to share. But like I said, I am to a point where I feel comfortable enough talking about it. And I think it's important that if you get to that point, that you do share so that other people know that they're not alone in their stuff. And like, there is hope. Like, it can get better. Like, I was there and I'm here now. Like, it can really get better. Red's trial was how every dog feels being forced to go to the vet. Yes, but like cranked up 1,000 times. Want to see a world someday that people are more open and accepting with mental health? I mean, we're already living in it. It's just depending on who you talk to. There are a lot of people who try to stigmatize it still, but it's not necessary. We can talk about these things. With bad memories, they actually make you want to throw up just suddenly when you're in your best mood or doing something you love. It comes out from under you like an axe. That's an interesting way to put it. Yeah. That's being triggered for you. It's getting better little by little. Absolutely. You know how it's getting better? People talking about it. Taking the stigma out of it. Because you can't hold something against me that I will freely tell you about. You know what I mean? Next was Yuffie, right? So then we went from Red to Yuffie, and Yuffie is processing losing Sonon. And I think anybody who's ever lost somebody that they cared deeply for understands that feeling, especially if you were like there. I've never personally been present for like losing a loved one, but I think that adds to her trauma that she was there. She wanted to try to stop it and she couldn't. But I have lost a lot of people that I care about. And so I think just that following straight from the first trauma to then dealing with losing close loved one. And for her too, Sonon, I felt like she had a bit of a crush on him, and he was very cool and like inspiring to her. And so it was like losing this very hopeful possibility for her. I think the worst part for Yuffie is she blames herself for it. Right. She thought she was stronger. She could get in there. She could help, and she wasn't able to. Hey, thank you for following the closer. Welcome. I'm Vandalier. Thanks for joining the Vandals. That makes the loss really hurt. Yes, that she couldn't stop it from happening. Yep. And then next was Barrett, and it was again about the nightmare of waking up and realizing somebody that you love is gone. And again, that's just, I mean, if you've lost somebody, you know that feeling. It's like they're there one day and they're gone the next day. And it's impossible to believe because they're such an integral part of your life. How could the world possibly continue on and this person is no longer here? I think it's so incredible that all of us are here now together. Like, what a time to be alive that we are all here right now. So when one of us leaves too soon, it is so hard to accept that reality. And Barrett was kind of going through that with his wife in that scene where it was like she was there again and then she was gone. And how do you have to process that again? We're all having fun. Yes, we're having so much fun. And then, all right, so then we went from Barrett, then we went to, that was straight to Aerith after that, right? Aerith, poor little baby Aerith. So many things about her segment of that were really difficult to process. One, being a small little girl in a world that is not always aware of your presence and not always kind or empathetic to you. I did go through a period in my childhood where we lived in cars and hotels and didn't have a steady home and were very unstable. And to see her riding like in the train car with her mom and just trying to make something beautiful, like her little bright, colorful drawings to try to liven up and brighten up her dark situation. Yeah, I relate to that. And to lose a parent, I didn't lose my mom. I lost my dad when I was too young. I was 19 and he was 49 when I lost my dad. So I definitely relate to that too, losing a parent, not being able to do anything about it, and just feeling really helpless and shocked. Like I said, when you lose somebody close to you, it's like, how can we, the world keeps going on and you're not here? What? So yeah, that whole scene, that was hard for me. And like being like disregarded by people around you, because when I was little, like I didn't know how to talk about these things. Nobody was really explaining things to me, why things were hard necessarily. I had to just kind of absorb and figure it out on my own. And as a kid, you don't think to like open up or talk to people necessarily, or even know that you should, or how, or what words to use. So watching her like walking through the streets and like wanting to find a help, but not really knowing how. I think that's what struck me for her, because it's such an innocent viewpoint, and it wasn't her duty. It wasn't her job. She was just a kid in the scenario, and there was nobody there to help her. It's very upsetting. feel like the benefits of having guided trips on psychedelics helps to unburden past trauma and free the ego, but I'm not one to give medical advice, only personal experience. Yeah, I agree with you on that. But the guided part of that, because for me, I was incorporating, we'll say, it's like specifically it's legal here for me, so I can say this, but specifically it's THC in my healing process, and it was really helpful to a point, but not having the guided aspect of that, to have people who were properly trained in how to deal when you go too deep. Like I said, for me, I was like, I went too deep and I didn't have anybody to stabilize me or to help me and talk me through that. So yeah, key on the guided part there. But I do agree with you. I think it can be really helpful if you are in a safe place, you understand your limits, and it can help break down some of those mental barriers if you have them. Eris was different because her trial was from an age in her life when she didn't actually have control. Everyone else is an adult or an older teen. She was just a little girl. Yes, exactly. She just did not have the life skills to be dealing with such a big trauma like that. Yeah, as a child. My dad I was 29. He was 64. Pancreatic cancer. Oh, Elias, I'm so sorry. Didn't know until symptoms, which means stage 4 silent killer. Oh my God. Yes. That is, so you totally understand that, like, they're one day gone the next, and you have to just like accept that that's the world we live in. Like it's really hard, and I'm really sorry you went through that. You were like that with Lexapro? Like it broke down your barriers too much or took you too deep, too fast, Yama? So, anything else you guys want to talk about the trials? Okay, yeah. I think I kind of covered the main gist of the things that were coming up for me there. And just, yeah, no. I mean, I think it's interesting. Before we were getting ready for this stream, I did kind of read back up again on, like I said, the Carl Jung, like, psychological theories and the Yogacara Buddhist beliefs and stuff, but specifically the Jung stuff, talking about keeping the balance between the unconscious and the conscious. And it's real interesting. I don't agree with everything that he postulated, but there's a lot of sort of universal truths I see through a lot of what he believed. Don't remember a week or two of that time. Wow. That's crazy. Microdosing and guided psychedelic trips has shown great results in war veterans with PTSD. Definitely. Wish this type of treatment was more readily available for mental health. I think it's slowly getting there. It's becoming more accepted, and a lot of places actually are legalizing it. I know around here, it's much more widely accepted in my area. Like I said, like weed is legal here, and even like mushrooms, and there's psychedelic like medical treatment facilities where people can do have guided ketamine experiences as well, but it's like in a medical environment. It's life. He loved my mom and me and my brother. What else can you ask for? Yeah, but yeah, no, it's too hard. And I'm hugs to you. I understand. I know what it's like, but yes. Still think I need something, but I'm going to be very careful what medication I wind up going with. Absolutely. As long as you're taking it slow. Every medication I've ever had to try, you start slow, you keep checking in with your doctor, you're honest with your doctor about how it's affecting you. That's key. I'm very like aware of how things affect me now. So like I've got my ADHD medication, and I'm probably actually slightly underdosed, but the next higher dose for me occasionally gave me like heart palpitations. And I was like, I'd rather be slightly underdosed than be putting too much pressure on my heart. So. All right, I think we can move on from the trauma. Let's go to the next slide. But thank you all for letting me share that openly and understanding. I hope if any of you are listening and have experienced anything similar, that you know you're not alone and it's nothing to be ashamed of, and you can actually process and heal from these experiences. What are your thoughts on Aerith's dream? Is this actually another world? What is your current understanding of the sequence of events leading to the end? Ooh, all right. Oh, I need to stretch. All right. Happier slides. Sunlight. Perfect. Yes. I mean, it's a little trippy, but yes, it's a much happier looking slide. So Aerith's dream. My perspective is literally a little black and white in some ways, with Aerith being the like protector of the white materia, which I'm not really 100% sure what that represents just yet, but it seems to be something pure, something good and pure, that she is kind of guardian of. And then there being this black materia that Sephiroth wants. And we know that Sephiroth comes from Genova, who is supposed to be the like embodiment of like all things evil. And then the Cetra, who are sort of a representation of guardians and goodness, and Aerith being like the only final Cetra left. I feel like they are on even ground to an extent, that they both have a lot more control and understanding of the other side. So like in our world, we would maybe consider it like the afterlife or like ghosts, and I don't know what you all believe, because everybody slightly believes a little bit different about these things, but like I think it's like the equivalent of what people would consider like an afterlife. And I think her and Sephiroth both have a deeper understanding because of their perspective and their own collective unconscious affiliations. I think they both have a good understanding of how that world works. And I think Aerith is working very hard to disrupt the flow of fate and destiny. And I think, this is just my personal opinion, but I feel like she is playing out in her dream world. But for her, it's like her unconscious dream world is real. It's not just like a dream, but I think there is a realness to it. I think she is playing out all of the scenarios, trying to find, I don't know if loophole is the right word, but trying to find the answer that will disrupt destiny and fate, that will allow her to set things on a new course. And I think Sephiroth is very actively trying to fight against that and trying to bring things back to fate and destiny in his favor, as he believes it is going to play out, because he has knowledge of the future and how things, destiny and fate, are supposed to play out. I hope I explained that okay. The leading theory on Aerith's dream is that Zack created this new reality unknown to Sephiroth, but Aerith becomes aware of before him and uses it as a way to preserve her white materia to Cloud. She's basically transferring the white materia to her real self in the forest by using Cloud before Sephiroth gets to her. Yeah, see, and I didn't even get into like the little details like that. My theory is just a bit more like overarching of like where they are and how things are playing out. But yes, like she knows and she's using her ability on an unconscious level to create and play out all these scenarios to shift things around like little puzzle pieces or Rubik's cubes. She's changing it a little bit here, a little bit there, and creating all these branches off. And Sephiroth tried to like stop it and bring them all back to his one fated ending. Thank you for the hydrate. My take is it's not a dream at all, just another world Aerith dragged Cloud into. Aerith calls it her dream to just make it simpler. Yeah, I think she uses dream as a representation of like her unconscious or her subconscious world, which, like I said, I think has more effect on like the real world and reality because of who she is and what her powers are. Aerith gives him the white materia, which he physically takes with him too, so it's got to be something more. But does he have the white materia or does he have the empty shell of the white materia? Or both? Are there like two versions? Say that Sephiroth and Aerith are doing the same thing, one naturally and one through force, but with this retelling of OG with the compilation and X injected, the same looks different. Remember the Whisper stole her memories back in Midgar and discovers her materia is empty when she shows it to Red after showering in Costa del Sol. It was empty then? I didn't remember that. There are two now, the one Aerith has and the clear one Aerith gave to Cloud. Okay. Yeah, it gets real complicated. I'm really hoping that when we do finally get some resolution, that it will become much clearer. Like, I hope they don't leave it super vague. I'd like to see how it all ties together. I want that moment of like things clicking into place and fitting and going, yes, that's what it was. Like, I want that moment. Cloud is looking at the empty materia in the ending scene before rediscovering the black materia in his pocket. So it is empty in that final scene. I couldn't remember. Cloud takes the actual white materia to the forest and gives it to Aerith. She gives him the empty one. Okay, yes, I remember that. Cloud at the end is staring at the clear one she gave him, and we see the white one fall out of Aerith's ribbon when she dies. Yes, and it falls like down into the like water, or yeah, down off in, wasn't it water that it fell down into, or was it just like the life force or something? When it's clear in Aerith's hand, it's there physically, but when Cloud is holding clear, I think only he can see it. Oh, good point. We don't know what he's really experiencing and what he isn't at that point. Yeah, water. Okay, that's what I thought. It like drops down into the depths. It's so complicated. The clear materia, when it's in Cloud's hands, is the key between worlds. It's so good, though. I love that it got complicated. It's so intriguing. And there are, what, 5 current versions of Stamp that we've seen? I think there's going to be 7. Just for good measure, I think they're going to give 7 versions of Stamp that need to be interwoven at some point. Wow, wow, wow. Exactly. The key the whole time. That you think I'm right on 7 stamps? I mean, it just makes sense, right? Because we've only seen 5 though. But that doesn't mean there aren't 2 more coming. Glad we can speculate on this now after being confused playing this out in the live stream initially. Oh my god. It went by so fast. Everything kept changing. We're fighting, and then different people are fighting, and then different people are fighting, and it was so complicated. Have you guys seen? I think 1 is real, but the number 7, that means that unlocks 6 are not real. Oh, unlucky 6 are not real. I see. Yes. What was I gonna say? Have you guys seen the graphic somebody created that would like shows like here's do you have that, Turthos, to show the graphic? Or if it's not next, we can come back to it later. But 1 real world and that are not is poetic. Yes, I think well, and I don't think it's that they're not real. Like people are, you know, at each other's throats about whose date is real and which one's canon and stuff. I think they all actually happen. I think part of this game is that there's all these different alternate possibilities, and we're watching like the butterfly effect. Like, what if I do this? How does it change here? And what if I do this? How does it change here? And how much is fate and destiny that is going to keep happening no matter what changes? Don't have it ready to put up right now. Okay, that's fine. But if anybody has seen the life tree, no, like the Sephiroth life tree, maybe there was somebody did a graphic where it was like, here's Zack and here's what happens in the Stamp world where he tries to save Biggs, and here's what happens in the Stamp world where he tries to save Cloud, and here's what happens. And then it keeps going like a diagram of like this part connects from this world and this part connects from this world. Here's Aerith and Cloud from this world, and it kind of breaks it down. I'll put it in the Discord later if you're interested in looking at it. It's pretty cool. There's a little bit of conjecture on it by the person who created it, but it does help kind of solidify the timelines a bit if you got confused at the very end like I did. Like what was happening, and then between the fights things breaking off and stuff too. But oh, speaking of the life tree, did you know that the Sephiroth is actually the tree of life? I didn't know this until yesterday. Like in like Kabbalah and like different religions and different world philosophies, the Sephiroth is like the 8 attributes of the tree of life. I had no idea. Is it Buddhist? It's a couple different religions, but yeah, Buddhism is probably one of them. I think the other Stamp worlds, we are seeing the live stream from the point of view of a Cetra. But when Tifa falls in, we're seeing the Mako liquid physical live stream as a human. What? I think you lost me a little bit. Sephiroth is a boss in 6 and 14. Yeah, I love that they do that with all these Final Fantasy games too, that they like repurpose characters and words and creatures throughout them so it feels like a familiarity as you're going along from one game to the next. All right, I think that's mostly what I wanted to talk about as far as Aerith's dream and what I think is actually going on. Do you want to go to the next slide? Next question, please. Yeah, no relation to actual Sephiroth. That is weird. Speaking of alternate worlds, which one has the best stamp? Oh, that's a good question. All right, we've got the Beagle, the Terrier, the Pug, the Chihuahua, and the Corgi. The Beagle is the original, right? That's the one we like start out with. My favorite is the little Chihuahua plushie. Although I think it's hilarious that the Corgi is only seen with Johnny running by the church so randomly. Like, what is he doing there? I really want to know why he was there. Like the Pug, because of its face. It's so funny. He's got a little Bite. Wait, is it an underbite like that, or is it just his teeth? Let me see if I can make the most unflattering face. He's so cute. All right, nobody else has an opinion on best stamp? Yeah, I just love a fluffy dog. Although the terrier is also fluffy. But I think the Chihuahua plushie was cute. The dog that Johnny carries will be the key to everything. It probably will be. It's gonna be like the point that everything turns around. We're just gonna keep coming back to the corgi and Johnny. He's gonna actually be the hero that saves the day. Watch. Johnny's the real protagonist. Yes. Chihuahua. Yeah. The corgi is really cute too. You think the terrier seems the most ready to go? Yeah, he's spunky. He's ready. Ready for action. But the stuffed chihuahua is a stuffed animal. Yes, exactly. And we love stuffed animals around here. Humphrey would like to weigh in on this. Yes, we love a good stuffed animal. He's Peppy the terrier. Totally. He looks scrappy. No opinion? Do you have any pets, Crimson? I just have cat. One of them is here right now. Grayson's over here sitting with me. All right. He looks like he'd be wagging. Yeah, he's got action. He's got activity going on. You can see it in his eyes. He's ready to go. All right. Just wait. Thought of an earlier question that I never answered. My favorite side character is 1000% Shinra Middle Manager. We did love him. He was always dancing and grooving and having a good time. I liked him too. He was my favorite Queen's Blood card, if you recall. Pug has 6 stars. Oh, wait. Do they all have different amounts of stars? I mean, I feel like we just can't see all the way around their hats. But technically, yeah, he's got 6. The Beagle has 5. The Terrier has 4 visible. I can't see any on the Chihuahua or the Corgi, though. Shinra Middle Manager. My favorite side character was Chadley, said no one ever. Hey, Cloud. It seems your intel collection has stalled as of late. Love how much they expanded on his character. Yeah, that was so unexpected. That was a big side quest, too. That took me a long time. The Beagle looks like he's wagging too, and he looks like a good boy. He does look like a good boy. He's like a very solid. He just feels original. All right. Next question. That was cute. What other dogs do you think we'll end up getting if we think we're going to have 7? There should be a poodle. A poodle and a... They're all small dogs. A Yorkie. You already kind of talked about this. All right, let's see what this question is. Rebirth's writer says that Yogacara and Jung's collective unconscious might help us understand the in-game world and may hint at the conclusion of the story. May hint at the conclusion of the story. Are you familiar with these concepts? And if so, how do you see them reflected in the narrative so far? So is everybody familiar with these concepts at all? Do we have any info to talk about it, Turthos? I think Kyrie and Johnny would make a good couple. They're both doofuses. Yeah. I can see that. Like Kid G, Kyrie, and Dio. Oh, Dio. Dio was funny. No opinion or thoughts on the question, but I approve of this slide image. All right. So I talked a little bit about Jung's collective unconscious, it being the genetic encoding of archetypes in all humans that is, in his opinion, in his theories, the reason why so many cultures and peoples of every time and place share common beliefs and archetypes. There being an ultimate good, an ultimate evil, the sun, the moon being representations of things. I don't want to get too deep into it because this could go on forever. But basically, it's that like baseline understanding that is built into everybody. And it comes from a subconscious and an unconscious place. And then the Yogacara was, oh gosh, this one I was less familiar with now. I feel like I'm going to butcher it. Can you like bring up a blip, a little blurb, a little Google search, so I could at least read like the basics of it to refresh here? Oh, it's also the image on the YouTube thumbnail. True. Hey, MTBK. Welcome in. New plot point, not spoiler, just speculation. Dio promised Barrett a burial for Dine. What if we meet him again and he apologizes to Barrett, but we don't know why? Then later we fight a Dine cyborg? Like instead of burying him, he just turns him into a cyborg? Oh my god. That would be quite the plot twist. Made a weapon out of him. That's crazy. 1 minute. Okay, thank you. Oh, you could even just like copy and paste it into the comments if it's easier. But okay, so the collective unconscious, I don't know. I feel like maybe it's meant to relate to like the life stream and all coming from a common place and going back to a common place when you cross over. But to me, I feel like it's more than that. Like there's the whole representation of like evil and the wise old man, the hero. These are all the archetypes, like these like same basic characters: the hero, the wise old man, the trickster. And so I feel like those characters are represented in the game as well. All right, Yogacara, one of the two major philosophical systems of Mahayana Buddhism, agreeing with Madhyamika that external objects are unreal, but holding that mind is real, and that objects which appear to be external and material are in fact ideas or states of consciousness. I do find that really interesting because when I'm talking about Aerith creating all of these alternate options for the storyline, the plot to play out in, I think she's tapping into that because she has the understanding that she can create things simply by experiencing them as real. This is going a little deep, but I do think it plays a part. I think she's using that philosophy to tap into her abilities. Dio had a fight with Rude and got the crap kicked out of him. He was in bandages? Oh yeah, I remember that. Have you seen the NPC conversation in Cosmo Canyon about the live stream? Ooh. Maybe not. I don't remember. Maybe. But honestly, some of this stuff went over my head in the course of playing the game because I wasn't like looking for it. You think so as well? Yeah, it's pretty trippy. But I like it. And I like that it adds this depth to Aerith, this mysticism. But yeah, the collective unconscious and the archetypes, I think we're seeing them play out in the characters themselves. There's even a bit about the anima and the animus. The anima, I can't remember which is which. One of them is like the feminine side in masculine presenting people, and the other is the masculine side of feminine presenting people. And his belief that we all have a masculine and feminine side, and that suppressing them or fearing them causes a lot of like strife in humans. And I wonder if any of that plays into the story as well, especially between the two girls and Cloud, like Aerith trying to bring out his sensitive and emotional side and him being very resistant to it, but also strife pun, not intended. But also even with Tifa trying to like mask her true self and hide parts of herself. But the more that she like lets it out, the more we actually really love her personality. These themes are really prevalent in that game. Totally. Oh, Xenogears might be the next game you need to stream. I'll look into it. Dyne or others surviving in the live stream might have something to do with a theory a fan came up with. The claim a person survives because someone is having memories about the person. That's all. Ooh, good point. Like as long as Aerith is holding the memories of these people, she's keeping them alive in that space, in her unconscious or in her consciousness. You even have that with Chadley in game with his female AI counterpart. Yes. Oh, hey, Captain of Death. Welcome. Hi. Yeah, that. And also I thought it was interesting, just a side note, that Carl Jung was also like I guess like the first to differentiate between introverted and extroverted as character traits, because I feel like the difference between Aerith and Tifa is so strong in their introversion and extroversion, and them being like almost like the archetype of those traits, and how those two traits are kind of working on Cloud to help him unlock his true self. With Tifa, he is allowed to be his introverted self, and it kind of draws out more of him naturally, where he can kind of feel comfortable to like be quiet and be reserved with Tifa. But with Aerith, she like pulls out of him because of her extroversion, and it's the opposite of him, and it forces him to grow in a different way. And I like that they are both working at him to find himself and to open up, but in these two very different ways, the introverted way and the extroverted way. Have the link for the NPC conversation is 1 minute long if you want to check it out after the stream. Oh yes, please. Wherever, if you want to throw it in the Discord or wherever it's easiest to link up, I would love to see that. Finally, someone else really paying attention to the sources Nojima named in Ultimania. Thank you. Such a breath of fresh air. Crystal Memories, thank you for being here. Welcome. I'm Vandalier, and thanks for piping in as a first-time chatter. The way Cloud is always soft with Aerith, and the way Aerith slowly brings him out of his shell is one of my favorite parts about their relationship. Yeah. But she pushes him. She pushes him to open up. And I think that's a good thing. Like, I don't say that in a bad way, because sometimes you need somebody to do that for you. But you also, if you are an introverted person, you also need people who will just let you be And that's what he has with Tifa, where they can just be awkward and quiet and, you know, like that kind of vibe. So I like that he has both. And beyond shipping and who should be with who and whatever, it's about their friendship and their relationship and how they help each other grow in different ways. And so, yeah, I think that's a really important part for me of this game, was all of that relationship building and the friendships and the community vibe of everything, especially once they added like the synergy. It was like a more visceral, real way of seeing it play out, of everybody having each other's backs. But yeah, I think it's super important. And I think both are necessary for Cloud. Took a little nap, but I'm surprised at how well knowledgeable you are about Cloud's physical reaction towards different people, Aerith and Tifa included. I am very intuitive. Like, I'm very tuned into people's subtleties in social situations and stuff. So I pick up on a lot of the little things, but yeah. Thank you for posting the link in the Discord, Curious. Same for Cloud. The Nibelheim incident 5 years before the main events of 7 suggest Sephiroth was killed then, no matter who. So I'm not sure if things can work this way over there. That's a really interesting point, that Sephiroth was actually killed already, because that's what everybody believed, right? Like, technically he should be dead. So how is he here? Is he here? Is it Jenova projecting him on all of these different, all of the hooded men? Because every time somebody kills Sephiroth, a hooded man drops dead. So is he actually dead this whole time? And he's stuck in this afterlife limbo world where Aerith keeps like trying to change things behind the scenes, behind the veil. And is Jenova just projecting to mess with all of these people who knew Sephiroth as this great hero? Maybe he's not really there at all. Cloud at the start of Remake being completely off-putting and distant to breaking down at the loss of a loved one is crazy character development. Yes. And I was really hoping for it, because at the beginning of Remake, I was like, why are we rooting for this guy? He's a jerk. He's rude to everybody. He's super closed off. He didn't seem to have like any personality other than jerk. And I love that we get to see him slowly breaking open and progressing and growing, but it is a slow burn with Cloud. From a guy standpoint, both Aerith and Tifa, they're both super women. If a guy was as messed up as Cloud in real life, the cure of both of them helping you might actually work in real life. Exactly. And it doesn't have to, like, yes, there's a romantic element in some ways, and we've seen the different dates and stuff play out. But beyond that, the friendship and companionship that they all give each other. And I also include Tifa and Aerith in this. I think their dynamic is my favorite. Like, I love the girls together. I love how they have each other's back. They are not competitive with each other in any way, shape, or form. And they really have this like deep friendship and bond that they've clung to each other because they've both experienced hard things and both want the same things out of life. And I think the two of them together, in addition to how they play off of Cloud, is really beautiful. I love their friendships. The odds of being so unlucky and lucky together is 1 in a trillion that will happen, though. I mean, I feel like I've gotten pretty lucky in some of the friendships and people that I've known in my life. Like I said earlier, like, isn't it amazing that we're all here right now together in this time, in this lifetime? Like, it blows my mind sometimes that we're all here and we get to have this community and conversations and learn and grow from each other. They really are both superstar women. Absolutely. That's why it's so hard for me to pick a favorite. I love them both. I don't know if you play Kingdom Hearts, but those platonic bonds, some that may not have may not even have the label of friend are so important. I haven't played Kingdom Hearts yet, but I think I will. It definitely ties in a lot of things that I love, so I think I would like to play Kingdom Hearts at some point. There are actually people that ship Aerith and Tifa together. Oh, absolutely. Aerith. I mean, I feel like polyamorous relationships are becoming more and more mainstream. Maybe they should all just be together. I don't know if this got brought up earlier in stream, just got off work, but I just really can't get over how good of a job the entire English voice cast did, particularly Cloud, Tifa, Aerith, and Barrett. It didn't come up. Well, we've mentioned that the voice acting was really good, but yeah, they brought it to life. They really added so much to the game. Tifa and Aerith is the best ship. A different theory is that there's only one timeline. The planet contains a multitude of realities. White whispers create new possible outcomes, and black whispers eliminate these again. I could see that. I could see that. Even in the scene at the end where Cloud tells Barrett not to look up, or tells everybody don't look at the sky. It's not real, because he can see the rift and they can't see it. I've had that thought before of like when people talk about like the theory of like multiple timelines existing all at once, like every possible outcome and every possible timeline that could exist does exist in tandem, in parallel, all of the time. It could be that they are all on Gaia and all of these timelines and possibilities are existing at the same time. And even like in parts of the scenes, like especially I'm thinking of when they cross paths with Zack on the field, like early on, and like Aerith can almost like sense his presence there. Like they're in the same place, but they're not in the same place. Like they can't actually cross over, but it's the same physical place, but it's just with the different timelines happening at once. So it could be. Tifa is the kind of girl you meet in childhood and know each other the rest of your lives. I mean, technically, yes, that is exactly what she is. Here's a lesson. Be grateful if your parents had a good love life and set the standards for your behavior regarding how you act towards someone you love and the person you look to fall in love with. Yes, I think people who get that experience are very lucky. I got a little bit of both. My parents were very in love and then they had a really bad time. So I saw both and I had to learn from their good stuff and from their mistakes. Just being married and being in love is a lot of good growth and good soul work for a person. I'll put it that way. They should just make it a polyamorous. Yup. Cloud and Aerith and Tifa, and throw Zack in there while we're at it. Maybe Vincent too. I'm sure there's some fan fiction somewhere about that. It's actually a miracle that we are talking to each other in this space and time around the world. Without this technology, we'd be hunting and sleeping under the stars still. That's what I'm saying. This experience, like if you ever stop to really think about it, is wild. And how lucky that we are that we get to, like, yes, the world is crazy, but it's always been crazy. And it is also really beautiful and great and cool and miraculous. Yes, that we're all here. Am I wearing Aerith cosplay? You just need the red jacket. I'm not. We were so close to the Aerith cosplay goal today. In fact, we've been sitting here at 484. If anybody's here and hasn't subbed on YouTube yet, go do it. We're so close to the Aerith cosplay. But I figured because we were so close, I'd like soft cosplay. I'm like Aerith bounding. You know how people go to Disney and they do Disney bounding because you can't technically dress as a character if you go to Disney, but so they'll like kind of dress. So this is me Aerith bounding. It is a long pink pretty dress, but it's not quite the dress. I do have the dress. I have the jacket. I have the whole look. We will get there when we get there. But this was like we're this close. So we're this close. I'm glad you noticed because it was intentional. Cloud was raised by a single mom who clearly owned it. Look at how he's turned out so far. No wonder he wants to be someone who matters. Look so forward to view this live stream from the start. So Genova might influence Sephiroth, and he might want to get rid of this control. I have even heard the opposite, Sephiroth controlling her. What do you think about the idea that maybe he's not even there at all, and she's just projecting him onto all of the robed men to mess with people? If you can raise Cloud on your own, you're clearly a superstar. I mean, he seemed like a good kid, like a good stand-up kid who just wanted to do good things and be a soldier and be a hero. I think Claudia was probably like Tifa or Aerith, a desired woman who met a desirable man. Unfortunately, tragedy struck. I don't think I actually know what happened to Cloud's dad yet. I don't know if that's a spoiler, so maybe we won't go there, but crazy you had 100 plus less subs before you played the trials a few nights ago. Don't get impatient now. True. You are correct. Actually, I think a lot of people also found me from Twitter because I got on Twitter yesterday. I haven't been very active on there, but I'm trying to get better about like cross posting and promoting things. I got on there and the like first thing I saw was somebody shared a clip of one of my streams and I was like, that's wild. I wasn't even tagged in it. I just scrolled and there I was. I was like, that's me. Hey. It's so cool. So I think because it had like a bajillion views and stuff and people commenting on it like crazy, I think a lot of people found me from that actually over the last couple of days. That and the trials video and the ending. Those have been racking up views too because they're very, obvious. For obvious reasons, everybody likes to see the reactions to that. And I totally understand why, because did we react? In Rebirth, I have seen a puddle of blood after Sephiroth was trying to attack Aerith. Cloud being able to stop this slash from happening means there are some requirements given he has to meet. Yes, and there's a flash back and forth between the blood being there and the blood not being there, meaning there's a possibility that there was a split there where Aerith is saved and Aerith was not saved, but we don't know how that's going to actually play out in the big picture. But it definitely was there. We saw it and we didn't see it, and we know that it happened. The writer of the game actually made a joke about the girls years ago. He said, Tifa is the childhood friend you've known your whole life, while Aerith is the transfer student that comes in and then transfers out but leaves a big impact. Also, have you discussed the scene with Aerith being able to feel Zack's hand across worlds? Does she feel his hand? I remember her like experiencing his presence when they walk past each other. But we've kind of touched on the fact that like I think Aerith is in touch with a lot of the realities at once. I think the whispers keep taking her ability to know what's going on. Like she'll have flashes of the future, flashes of understanding, and then she'll lose it. But I think she keeps finding her understanding again, and they keep trying to block it, and she keeps finding it again because she's stronger. And she's getting stronger too, which is really cool. Crystal, you said Elias. Exactly. We stand Mama Claudia Strife and her knowing Her dense boy needs a strong personality woman because he's such a hard head. Yup. And how lucky that he got 2 of them to come in and start helping him work through his stuff. My favorite alt-universe fan theory is Sora being Cloud and Aerith's child. He's got Aerith's cheerful personality and Cloud's spiky anime boy hair. Who is Sora? Like, what game is that from? They show you what happens to his mom at the start of Rebirth? Oh, yeah. No, I remember that. I wasn't sure about his dad. I don't remember if we talked about it or not, but it's all right. If Cloud not being Sephiroth himself, that is, I did the math, he would have needed to be where Sephiroth is all the time, plus 20% more attack speed and having a vision of the future. Yeah, I'm honestly kind of starting to lean towards the idea that Sephiroth isn't really there, that he is being projected by Jenova. I don't know, but I do think Cloud is really being influenced by either Sephiroth, Jenova, or both. Mostly Jenova, I think, because she's the one that is able to do that as far as we know, although Sephiroth technically should be being her like progeny. Favorite alt-universe fan theory is Sora being Cloud and Aerith. Oh, I already read that. What was I didn't know what game that is from though. The Trauma Trials. Oh yes, we've talked. If you missed it, Captain of Death, I don't know when you joined us here, but we talked all through the Trauma Trials. I talked about how I related to each of them in very personal ways. If you feel like going back to watch any of that, if you missed it, we won't rehash it now because I did spend a good deal of time talking about it. So in Cosmo Canyon, she touches a puddle near the live stream and feels Zack touching her body from the other world. Ooh, I vaguely remember that. Yes. I love it though. It's so cool. I think I can post my stuff here. Okay. The protagonist of Kingdom Hearts is named Sora. Oh, okay. And if you love Aerith and Cloud, you will love Sora. Oh, cute. Okay, I didn't realize that. Sora is the Kingdom Hearts main protagonist. I've seen him. I know what he looks like now that you mention it. Yeah, that kind of makes sense. All right, it was originally planned at one time for Aerith to be killed later on in the story. Can't say specifically where due to OG FF7 spoilers, but there's a ton of proof within the original game that suggests this. First off, during the movie in which Sephiroth descends, Sephiroth has no gloves on, plus the entire background is black, which could arguably be for dramatic effect, but can be debated. Once Sephiroth has landed and stabbed Aerith, he magically has gloves on. Furthermore, if you hack Aerith back into your party, she will still have unique dialogue up until the point she was originally planned to die at. There's also an unused map accessible from the OG FF7's debug room, which plays Aerith's theme and will also crash the game if Aerith is in the party. Whoa! Interesting. I wonder if they incorporated any of that into the like multiverse stuff that's going on now. Because they could. It could very well be like one of the alternate things. Nomura, the director of Final Fantasy VII, wrote Kingdom Hearts. Oh, cool. Yeah, that is pretty fascinating, Yama. I did not know anything about that. He's a Cloud Aerith fan, so he thinks of Kingdom Hearts story as separate from 7. You'll see the editing goof. Interesting. Debug room was testing stuff that devs used to test the game. There's more. Okay. Think I caught the tail end of that stream, but post trials. Oh no, like today, like earlier in this stream, one of the slides we discussed, one of the questions we asked was about the trials, and I got a little more in depth about like what I experienced. Yeah. So if you want to go back and watch the rest of this stream that you missed from before, it's all there. As a matter of fact, they have even revealed that they have originally planned to kill off more of the main characters. So players should be thankful still that it was just Aerith who died in the game. There was even a point when they were debating between Barrett and Aerith to die. After some bickering between Nomura and fellow director Yoshinori Kitase. Since I was asleep, which question number are we on? Oof. Are they numbered? They have not been numbered. I have no idea. We are 3 hours and 18 minutes in, though. Nomura has revealed that the latter, along with writer Kazushige Nojima, has actually proposed that almost all main characters in VII were doomed to die. Oh my god. Nomura pointed out that after being blamed by fans about Aerith's date, he opened up that he actually had to stop them from carrying out the original plans of the story. Wow. Seems like director Kitase and Nojima had planned to kill off everyone nearing the end, with only the final 3 characters chosen by the player to head off to the end of the game. Wow. Kitase, sorry, I've been saying it wrong this whole time. Thank you so much, Kitase. About Barrett dying? Remember FF7 Remake? About Barrett dying. As you can see, Square Enix are for sure sadists that love to see their fans depressed. Almost all of their games make you want to cry. Yes! True. I think the flash is Tifa picking up on Sephiroth's stuff because in Gongaga, which is new, she was inside a weapon as a defender. And as a defender of the planet, the weapon might have given Tifa radar. Ooh, good point. She had a very intense brush. And like, some people believe like if you've had like near-death experiences that it makes you more open to the other side. So I wonder if that was necessary to open Tifa up. Maybe she is actually tapping into that more than we are being shown so far. Even if we talk about Son Goku and Q levels of power at this point, quite close to omnipotence, can't blame the dude. The flash between No Blood and Blood on Aerith's death. Okay. So you think Tifa's starting to see beyond the one reality as well because of that. That makes sense. So there are some indications, and we have reason to believe this incident, Aerith being attacked, never happened, while there's no doubt she existed in the first place, so she lives. Finally reading On the Way to a Smile. An FF7 novel between OG and AC. It's making me theorize hard. And you can go real deep with this. When you got to the Shinra building and Sephiroth stabbed Barrett and the Whisper brought him back. Why don't I remember that? What? The Sephiroth stabbed Barrett and the Whispers brought him back. Seth's sword only has blood for 5 seconds in the entire sequence after the stabbing. When he flicks the blood off his sword, it has no blood on it. God, there's so many little details. I hope the more that people are like finishing the game and like going back and digging for all the details, I like love to see people find the little ties between things. It's so good. All the little Easter eggs and the little details that get tied together. Oh, by the way, if you guys missed this before, check out how funny my drink of the day choice. I got a Synergy raw kombucha in the trilogy flavor. How perfect is that? It's interesting now that in Remake, when you first meet Aerith and Sephiroth, show up and says, you are too weak to save anyone. Oh, like he's telling Aerith she's too weak, but she gets stronger and she hones her skills and she learns how much power she really has. So maybe that prompts her, because that's the type of person she is. If somebody tells her you can't do something, she's gonna go, oh yeah, guess what? I'm gonna figure it out. The developers sure sending the message to deal with loss and enjoy life. To me, FF7 is very motivating and empowering to be able to do something about problems happening. Yeah, synergy, trilogy. Come on, that was perfect. I love kombucha too, but it just was like, that's the one. But yeah, no, totally. I agree with you. I think a heavy theme throughout not just Final Fantasy, but a lot of movies and art and everything. We're all just trying to figure out how to deal with loss and the fragility of life. And I think the most basic answer is to enjoy it and to experience it. And yeah, we all go through loss. We all go through crazy things. Like not one single person who has ever lived has just gone completely unscathed. Not one. And so how do we deal with it? With joy, with hope, with forgiveness, with love. And then we just accept that we don't have any control beyond that. In Chapter 2 of Remake, before Cloud meets Aerith and the whole you can't save anyone happened after Sephiroth taunted Cloud about his mother's murder. Okay. A lot of the same people who worked on OG FF7 worked on 7 Remake and Rebirth. Oh, for sure. I would expect that. Your team Aerith coming back because of things set up since the OG. I think there will be someone lost. Maybe Zach, maybe someone else, unsure, but I'm team she will be back. There's a few reasons gameplay. I'm with you on that. I think they can bring her back. I think they absolutely can bring her back, but I think like with a lot of these, like I'm saying, a lot of these, it's like you can bring her back, but for how long? Like there's no ultimate like answer to the inevitable loss of everybody, you know? But yeah, I think there's a chance she could be back and she could live out a very happy life. And I hope that is what actually does happen. Thank you for the hydrate. I'm going to have some water too. Definite special interest. All right. Do we have another slide, Darthos? Do we have another question? I think it's telling that Inside Out 2 is the most profitable movie this year. People have a desire to explore and talk about their feelings through entertainment vehicles. Oh, absolutely. I haven't actually seen it yet, but I really loved the first one. It made me cry. Of course it did. But yeah, Inside Out is a great one. If we're talking about a new death, I think Scarlet will kill Cisne. She helped the girls get the best of her, and Scarlet hates Turks. Oof. I hope not. I hope we get to sack it to Scarlet at some point. Did Aerith live or die or both? Is there now a world where Cloud deflected Sephiroth's sword? Yes. My answer is yes. Hey, good morning, Greenie. Welcome. Yeah, I think there's definitely both happened. I think they absolutely both happened. The question is, if and when all of these worlds get joined back together, which one prevails, because they can't all simultaneously continue to exist. Maybe they can, because they have been so far. The only reason they can't is because Sephiroth doesn't want them to. He wants reunion. He wants everything to come back together, which means only one can exist. But what if they all can? What if we learn that Aerith actually does have the ability to hold and create worlds, and she actually is creating all of these scenarios? One where Zack lives and they find each other, one where she ends up with Cloud, one where Tifa and Cloud end up together and have babies, one where Barrett's wife doesn't die. Like, maybe she's working on it, you know? Hey, thanks for the follow, Crystal. Welcome to the Vandals. We're very happy to have you. I've enjoyed your input tonight.
Don't cry.
They can do that, but the problem is that the devs have to now make up scenes with her since she was gone in the OG. Most scenes after her death were written with the lingering feeling that she was gone in mind, so it's a tricky situation. In the remake Ultimania, they actually made artwork that made it seem like it was post-Advent Children that had Cloud approaching Aerith's house with Aerith waiting inside. They just love to let us keep guessing. The green glow in the sword is very interesting. Ooh, that is very interesting. Is the green glow the life force of the Cetra that Aerith is wielding here? Is she trying to call forth her death, or is she trying to stop it? It depends on what reality wins in the end. I feel like Marlene will be interesting to see again in the next game. She's the one that says Cloud saves Aerith in her vision with Aerith. Yeah, I think Marlene's going to have more to say for us, for sure. Was there a universe where Cloud kept the nail bat? Yes, my universe. He kept it all the way to the end. Can't wait for me to play OG. Me too. Kind of on team both. That same rainbow effect that Aerith produces when she casts Cloud out of the dream world when she joins the final battle is around Cloud's sword when he deflects Sephiroth's sword. So do you think the rainbow represents her? Maybe the green represents the Cetra. The black represents Sephiroth. The white whispers, do you think those are hers? Oh, gonna head off for tonight? Okay. Seriously mean that everything here was such a breath of fresh air. So thank you, Crystal. And I'm glad you could hang out with us tonight. I hope you have a wonderful evening and good night. And we will see you again soon. We appreciate you being here and joining the Vandals. They're good people. So close to 500. Yeah. So close. What are we talking about? What do you think we're talking about? We're talking about Rebirth, Greenie. Just kidding. We've been talking about a lot. We dug deep tonight. Green glow means life stream energy. Okay. But I feel like it was associated with the Cetra in the temple, right? Like they're like the guardians of the planet, right? So I feel like it's the life stream, yes, but I feel like it's associated with the Cetra and maybe what they would think was best for the planet. Your personal hope is multiple endings with happy endings for everyone. But as you've seen, the fan base that wants Cloud to only love one is extremely hostile to that concept. I like that concept, Gian. I like the idea that there are multiple possibilities that it can exist at once. It's one of those games I played countless times and know where much of the stuff is at. So it'll be fun. Oh, for sure. Like revisiting an old friend. Can't spoiler some original FF7 stuff, which is unique. And I love to rediscover this in English together with you. Questions started existing anyway. Fun fact, player who disagreed with remake might have fired all of their energy already. There will be not so much resistance left unless there is some sort of good content they create. My goodness, I was so happy with remake. No kidding. Like, that ship has sailed. Can't wait to see my reaction to the death in OG. Oh, it's gonna sting even more because I feel like with this, it was ambiguous. It was like she died, but she didn't die. And there's still hope. I think there's a world where he deflected it, but it's like a bubble in the stream. A beautiful bubble, but not one that can flow down the greater life stream. Ooh, that's an interesting perspective, that there are these pockets of alternate realities. Aerith seems to be in control of the White Whispers. Okay, so you think she actually is in control of the White Whispers? That's what I'm wondering. It seems like it would be associated with the white materia, just for like visual continuity and recognition in my head, but it doesn't necessarily have to mean that, but that's what I was going with. Nailbat, 1 million gil, same price as Aerith's dress, plus 5 luck, more life, some social skills with kids. Its ability disorder, making Cloud switch to Punisher mode, which will come in handy. These are all of the good reasons why everybody should just use Nailbat. Yes. If you're new here and you don't know why we're talking about Nailbat, when I played Remake, at the point where the kids give Cloud the Nailbat, I was so delighted by the look of it after he's got like the big swords and everything that I may have played the whole rest of the game with Nailbat. If you go back and watch any of my remake streams, especially the one where he fights Sephiroth and there's a big cut scene and it's super dramatic and the Buster Sword is supposed to like land in the ground, but when I played it, it's the Nailbat. So it's just been a running joke since then because I was super Nailbat stan. just for shits and giggles because it delighted me. Think the rainbow effect represents separated realities. Ooh, like the fracture of a rainbow through a... I like that. When everyone is around Aerith's body at the end, you see the rainbow effect when Cloud approaches and then wakes her up. What that means in the long run, I don't know. But no, that kind of makes sense because, yeah, like if you think of what a rainbow is, it's the diffraction of light. So it would make sense that it would represent like a diffraction and like splitting of things. You don't think she's in control with the White Whispers? If you look at the character description for them, you'll understand why. Okay. What's the character description of them? If anybody can pull that up, I'd like to see it. You like the idea of multiple endings from an entertainment standpoint alone, but to have the teaching element underneath it, but one ending for better or worse seems the most real life. I agree with you, Elias, and I think the realistic side of things is that there will be one solid ending, but I think a lot of times, even when there is one solid ending, a lot of writers and stuff will try to leave an inch of what if, maybe, perhaps there's more to the story open-ended. I think that happens a lot with these types of games, so that people continue to talk about and theorize even after it's completed. Free Gil, Cloud giving a special discount on Toad King jobs. It's fun to theorize about the controversial part of Rebirth. The Tool song, Parabola, kind of embodies how I relate to Cloud's reality with Aerith here. How so? I don't know that. I mean, I know Tool. I'm not sure I know that song enough to know how that would relate Cloud's reality with Aerith. I mean, it's kind of like with well, I don't want to spoiler things, but I feel like things were left with a little hint of maybe perhaps open to interpretation at the end of 16 as well. The theorizing or what the audience put in after shows that the story they knew mattered. Also, like we mentioned, all good songs, all the best songs are the ones that can mean something different for everybody who listens to it. So I think that's what they're going to do with this story. I think there will be absolutely an element of the viewer being able to interpret based on our own personal feelings, beliefs, and experiences. And I think that even ties into the overall theme of the story, that they're trying to process all of this like individually, and the way that each person is viewing their perspective is different even within the game itself, and for each character, the way that they're seeing things. Speed Square is way worse than OG FF7. Oh, great. Hey, Ragtag, how's it going for you? We're having a great time. We are digging deep into our psyches here to analyze this game. How are you? It's a progressive metal song, but its lyrics and tone is very spiritual and elevates to a higher point of being if you read too deeply into it. Ooh, nice. I'm going to go listen. Somebody put the link to that song in the Discord so I can listen to it later. Thanks, Elias. Found it already? The thumbnail looks like it won't disturb me much with my workflow. The Tool song? Nice. Throw that link in Discord for me, MTBK. I want to listen to it. All right. Let's see. Is there another question, Turthos? Are we ready to move on to the next discussion point? I'm not sure how many are left. If you could also give me a heads up how many are left, I can maybe like pace myself here a little. Could this Aerith actually be in Genova? Why does this scene feel so creepy? I saw somebody refer to this as a water burial scene for Aerith. I didn't see that or pick up on that. Is this something that I'm just not familiar with from the original? Because frankly, right there makes it a bit creepy if that's actually what is supposed to be happening. I think the creepy part is how Cloud's demeanor is so off-putting. But he's been so off-putting since chapter 13, basically. And little bits every time he had like flashes of Sephiroth messing with his mind and stuff. But like it felt creepy to me because it just didn't, like, his demeanor was so incongruent with the setting and what everybody else's vibe was. Just awaking from your slumber? Well, good morning to you, Ragtag. For me, this scene is supposed to be creepy because everyone else is mourning her death and Cloud is seeing something that's not there. So what's interesting, like when I saw this scene and everybody's saying she's not there, he's lost it, he's cracked, I didn't get that. So it wasn't necessarily creepy to me in that sense because I think that he is seeing her. I think he is experiencing her. I think she's almost like haunting him in a way, like, but as a friend. you know, how ghosts sometimes haunt you as a friend. Like I think she's on the other side, but he can sense her. Imagine the last music we ever hear in FF7 is Marlene singing I'm So Bored to a toddler with chocobo hair and maroon eyes. Like a Tifa cloud baby? That would be very cute. Almost feel embarrassed to theorize too happy lovey. Don't be embarrassed. We all want happy endings. A very popular FF7 creator theorized Aerith is Jenova. Oh, okay. Hold on. Walk with me for a second here. When they're talking about Jungian psychology being helpful in understanding the conclusion of this game, a big part of that is the different parts of self, the persona being like the personal, the public mask that you show to the world, the ego being like the more inner world, the shadow self being like the embodiment of all of the like darker aspects of our personality that we keep private or secret only to ourselves, and even sometimes not even to ourselves, like we block it out. So go with me. What if Jenova was Aerith's shadow self, the shadow blood queen, in a sense, in a metaphor, and she needs to absorb and accept her shadow self in order to keep it in check, which in Jungian psychology is a very necessary process to becoming a fully actualized person, is accepting your shadow self. That'd be amazing if that was part of it, because that would actually resolve this like problem of evil, is if the good person, this pure good person, absorbs and accepts that element of evil. Like maybe she's been fighting against herself the whole time, like Clive fighting his shadow self. And what was the resolution there? He had to accept it, right? Oh. The water barrier is OG stuff. Don't ask. I didn't see. In the final, Cloud can see it and Nanaki can sense her, so I don't think it's Jenova, but who knows? But what if Jenova was the shadow aspect of Aerith? Or even of like the Cetra themselves as a whole, as a collective. If we're talking about collective unconscious and Aerith starts tapping into the Cetra's collective unconscious here, maybe she is tapping into, maybe she figures out a way to tap into the collective unconscious of the Cetra's shadow self, Jenova. Yeah, Cloud's been off since chapter 13 for sure. The music makes it creepy as well. 10 more slides. Oh, You're not kidding. We've been taking it real slow. I love a deep dive. Aerith's smile is not her normal smile. And I stand on that. Her entire actions are very robot-like until the end of the game. Ooh. I'm going to have to go back and rewatch all of these cutscenes again. Like, I want to watch... Has anybody made a video of just the cutscenes of this game? I want to watch it front to back, just cutscenes. You think that's Maximilian's theory? Oh. Great minds, man. Behind the star. Hey, Ryoku. How's it going? I feel like we could be onto something with that for sure. When you start getting into and connecting the psychology part that they based a lot of the plot into, it makes sense. And it feels like a really powerful way to tie things together. One of his big gotcha moments for that theory got almost instantly disproven, though. Oh, really? Red can sense Aerith at the end. That alone is enough to prove it as her, in your opinion? I mean, I don't know. I feel like people have been experiencing the trickster nature of Jenova throughout the entire thing. And how do we know that Red actually senses her? Like, I mean, that he thinks it's her. Like, I think he senses something, but there's nothing saying that he actually senses that it's specifically Aerith. Could it be both? We see both Aerith's actual spirit and a Jenova version. I think that absolutely could be. Hey, Combat V, thanks for the follow. Welcome to the Vandals. I'm Vandalier. Nice to meet you. Could it be both? The Queen's Blood stuff really makes me wonder if 8 is in 7 and 10's universe. Partly the cards, partly the sorceress stuff, mostly because of a lot of the thinking machine stuff seems Junction lore-like. I think they just like to borrow a lot from... Like, they like to interweave a lot of things between the games. She could be. Any theory is valid. True, true. In general, folks are tired of serious topics, problems artificially created. So I don't even get mad if they focus on art and the fun stuff a lot. Got to give folks something better. I mean, why not use the fun and the art to dig into the real deep, important topics? Plus, they're all the same development team, the creative challenge to unite these worlds without affecting individual stories, but giving them all context to a 7 climax would be really something. Yeah, I would not expect them to tie in any other games into this one. I think they've got enough going on with 7 as it is. In terms of power, you like the idea that Aerith could be Jenova? I think I like the idea that she could accept and absorb that shadow aspect into herself. Sephiroth does heavily imply that Jenova can impersonate people. Oh yeah, that's like her whole thing. She's the trickster. Giving Cloud that doubt that Tifa is real and maybe implying that Aerith is also Jenova. I personally don't think it is, but maybe that ends up being a Sephiroth manipulation to get Cloud to stop listening to her ghost in the next game. I mean, yeah, absolutely cast doubt and confusion on that, because if she is communicating with Cloud in a sense so that they're on the same page and they can make things happen in the way that she is formulating to try to make things work out, then absolutely Jenova / Sephiroth would want to disrupt that in any way that they possibly could. You think the one at the end is actually Aerith? I thought so too. That moment felt really sweet. Bittersweet. Bittersweet is the word I was looking for. Seems weird that they hit us over the head the whole game with the idea that Jenova will make herself look like people you love. They pull the red herring with Tifa, but then there's no payoff. Yeah, no, it's been the whole time that they've been messing with people. And it could be anyone at any time. Oh, you have to go to work, Greenie? Have a good day at work. We'll see you later. Thanks for hanging out while you could. Oh, hey. Thanks for the follow, Combat V. Did I said that already. All right. Next slide, please. Oof. Aren't they cute together? Where do you think Zach ended up? Will he have a larger role to play in the next part? Yes, they are cute together. I think he ended up in one of the realities that Aerith is holding. And I think he will absolutely play a big part in the next one. Next. We definitely need more Zach. Yeah, I really enjoyed getting to see him a little bit, but I think I want to see more of his development. What do you understand Sephiroth's ultimate goal to be? Oneness. Singularity. And I don't even know if it's his goal. I think it's Jenova's goal. Because, like, if he's like ultimate, he's not gonna be though. Like, even if he fulfills Jenova's wish and he thinks he's gonna be some like ultimate god over what? Literally nothing, nothingness. But he wouldn't even be, because he's bringing everything together for Jenova. So then what? She's just gonna keep you around too? I don't know. I think he's kind of screwed. And I don't think he knows it. His end goal is to find his other wing. That's it. You nailed it. Love how art can be used to express some opinions and views that would otherwise be illegal, in a way suppressed. No matter the personal point of view, everyone enjoys being able to do things. Oneness, like you said, or everything. His method seems to be kill the people you love. I mean, he just wants to condense everything back down to the singularity, to the oneness, the nothingness. Okay, next. His goal is to go on a date on the Sky Wheel with Kate Sith. Wait, we didn't get a Sephiroth date. Missed opportunity. Is she the Aerith from the original? Is she from the future? Is there more than one Aerith? Why does she know so much? I don't think there's actually more than one Aerith. I think all of the possible scenarios are existing within her. Or maybe within her materia. But ultimately, it's like a part of her consciousness. He's too nervous to ask him out. True. Maybe he's not himself. In that sense, there's more than one Sephiroth, much like we have two brain hemispheres. Do our two brain hemispheres equate to two versions of ourselves, though? But yeah, no, I think she's playing out a lot of different possibilities, but I don't think there's actually more than one of her. And she knows so much because she's tapped into the Cetra and the other side. And I don't think she's from the future, but I think she understands the progression of fate and destiny that is supposed to happen. You agree this is probably our one and only Aerith? Yeah. The first question you can answer once you play OG. Ooh. Okay. Soon. It's coming. All right. Next. Is everybody excited for me to play OG? Or are you like, because you've all played it already? Is Cloud okay? You, meaning me, have a more optimistic take on his condition at the end. Care to explain? Everybody thinks he's cracked. He's lost it. I think he's actually good. I think he's not dealing with things in a very open way, but has he ever? No, I think he is actually connected with Aerith, and I think he is actually experiencing her. Whether now we're throwing in the mix, maybe there's a element of Genova like projecting Aerith at times as well. That's not the real Aerith, but I think overall she's been pulling him through these different realities, putting him in places to make things happen in a certain sequence, and he's fully like part of her plan. And I think he's actually experiencing Aerith, and she's trying to help him get through and understand where he needs to be and when and how things need to play out. So I don't think he's losing it. I think he's just confused and dealing with a lot of very big issues all at the same time. But I think he actually is seeing her. I don't think he's nuts. You think Cloud is not okay? They answer a question about future Aerith in Remake from her resolution scene. I played Remake, but I'm not sure what you're referencing to. You say Cloud is not okay either. He's literally hiding a black materia. You just played Rebirth recently? We just finished last week, or this weekend. I finished on Saturday. It was a lot. You're doing hard mode. Nice. Yeah, but like, what else is he supposed to do with the black materia? Like, it's there. He's got to keep it safe. I think he's carrying a lot. I think he's got a lot on his shoulders. And so in that sense, he is struggling. But I don't think he's actually psychotic to the point that he's seeing a fake Aerith that isn't there. I think she's actually there. Tell the group he has it. Why did he put it in his sword? But like, that's what I'm saying. What else is he supposed to do with it? Just keep it in his pocket? Oh, the night scene you have at Aerith's house after the plate falls in Remake. I got Tifa, but you can get Barrett or Aerith? I didn't know that. No, I haven't seen the other ones. I'm going to need to go watch them then. Give it to someone who isn't losing it. But he isn't losing it. He's the only one who is fully in contact with Aerith, who is the only one with a real plan. Doing the NPCs was really fun. I bet. Like, dream come true. Cloud is just very, very confused. I don't know. I think he's dealing with a lot. I think that's the resolution scene being talked about. Okay. You have to see the Aerith scene. All right. I will definitely see that. If anybody thinks of it and can post a link to it in the Discord. If not, I will try to remember to look it up later. He's certainly not okay. I think I tend to see the glass half full. I try to find the good, and I just don't see it as negatively as everyone else. It's okay. I'm the same way with 16. I think my opinion of what happens at the end is not the prevailing opinion, but it is a much more positive and happy opinion, and it totally can be accurate. It's just you have to have the brighter perspective to believe it. The whispers revealed their destiny to them back in Midgar, and their perception becomes murky when they lose these visions. Yeah. Aerith and Red could see the whispers' visions. Right, and then they said they lost it. They were taken. It was taken from them. No matter how many quality of life improvements you'll have with a later release or modded version of this game, you think Cloud is totally okay too? You're on my side? Nice. Cloud is just keeping the black material warm for Sephiroth. Exactly. He's just keeping it safe. Chapter 14 remake. The night where Cloud wakes up in Aerith's house, he can meet one of 3 persons in the garden, including Aerith, while she's supposed to be imprisoned by Shinra at this point. Oh. Huh. Interesting. Van versus chat. I mean, I'm used to having the one and only glass half full opinion. Oh, you're not in the Discord? Well, we can add you can join the Discord if you would like, but if not, I can find it myself. But yes, the Discord link, can somebody add it there? And if you're on YouTube and you want to join the Discord, it's in the description box. What happened to the Black Materia in OG will probably happen to the sword. Or it'll come back out of the sword or something at some point. The garden scenes in Remake are like the Skywheel dates in Rebirth. I had no idea. How did I get this far without knowing that? You can bestow upon me the knowledge you possess. Wonderful. I love to have knowledge bestowed upon me. I'm used to hot takes too. Yeah. There's the Discord link if you would like to join. You enjoyed Kingdom Hearts 3 and a lot of people didn't like it? I see. Oh, somebody already shared the link. Well, now you're in the Discord, so it's a win-win. Oh, Curious, thank you. You posted it. Thank you. What happens at the end of 16 to me? Should we get into that? Or, you know what? I'm about to be playing the end of 16 like very soon. I think that's actually what's going to happen before I start OG 7. So we'll get into it. How about that? When we get to it. That way anybody who wants to see it won't have to worry about spoilers, because I'm just going to be playing the ending and you're going to be there if you want to be there. Barrett and Aerith scenes, and we can save 16 for another day. Yes, we'll save it for, because like I said, I'm gonna be playing it again soon, at least the ending. Midgard Swarmer van, it's me. All right, so yeah, that's my opinion. I think he's okay. I think he's processing a lot and he's having to deal with a very complex scenario, but I don't think he's actually a little cracked, but I think he's really talking to Aerith. Good to beat a game you're already playing before starting a new one. I should learn that lesson sometime. I mean, I put it on hold for the past 5 months that I've been playing Rebirth, but I've already played the game and Rebirth took precedence at this time. All right, next question. If you listen to Tool Parabola, watch a lyric video for it rather than the official Tool video. Oh, okay. I'm okay with creepy and dark in music, but I will, because I want to know the lyrics anyway. Cloud's not violent anyway, just in pain, and the physical condition is holding him back. Yeah, exactly. Do you think Cloud could be in denial about what happened to Aerith? Could he be repressing thoughts of her death and seeing things that are not there as a form of protecting his mind from reality? He could, which would then tie into, if that is the case, then he's in psychosis because he's creating an alternate reality to barred his subconscious from the real reality. But I don't think he is. I don't know. Yes is your answer for this question. You think he's in denial and repressing the reality? I'm okay with being on the unpopular side of this question. Feel like a lot of the stuff we already talked about. We did touch on a little bit of it, yeah. All right. I'm good with going on to the next one because, yeah, I think we've talked about this quite a bit already. The unpopular side is more happy in a way, at least. Exactly. You don't think he is either because Nanaki can sense Aerith. Right. There's at least something there that he's experiencing. Whether it's Aerith or a projection of Jenova, but I really think it is Aerith because I think Aerith has been super in control in a way that maybe she isn't even aware of yet. Why doesn't Cloud tell the rest of the party that he can see Aerith? Yes, but I will reiterate my answer once again here while we're on the subject. I think he thinks that if he were to tell them everything, one, it may be a protective thing. Maybe they aren't meant to know certain things just yet. But two, in a real world scenario, if you start telling people that you're communicating with a dead person that everybody clearly saw die, and they're telling you how to save the world, what does that make you? A schizophrenic. And they're going to be like, okay, Cloud, you've finally lost it. We need to just put you in a hospital. You need to just rest. You can't be in the party anymore. And he would be like, done for. Don't you think? So I feel like twofold reason, perhaps to protect them, and also because they would just think he was crazy, like all the rest of you do. Why do you think Aerith doesn't acknowledge Tifa at all here? Because she's not part of the... That's not part of the plan. I think Tifa is part of the plan, but I don't think that her being aware of her right now is part of the plan. Like, maybe they all really do need to believe that she is gone with no chance of coming back. Because we know Cloud is already connected in a way to Sephiroth that nobody else is either. So there's something special about him that puts him in a position to be able to be like playing on both sides here. And I think Aerith also understands this. Thanks for being fully present, MTBK. You think I nailed it? Don't say that you see dead people. Exactly. Even in the wizarding world, hearing voices isn't a good sign. Yes. The party is Cloud's hospital. If being left alone is too dangerous for his safety. I mean, yes, but they would be like babying him to the extent of like, you don't get to make decisions. You don't get to make plans. You need to just go along with us, I think. Is Aerith real or Cloud's projection of reality? I think she's real. I think it's her projection of reality in a lot of ways. Cloud's bad enough at communicating to begin with. I don't have a hard time believing him just not bringing this up in the first place. True. Good point. It's not like he's real free with information at any given time. Could be a defense mechanism. Definitely could be. But I don't think so. He points out the rift in the sky to them. He does, but that's what I'm saying. Like, he knows as much as Aerith is revealing to him. So maybe he doesn't realize where the line is just yet. Cloud, I saw Aerith. Barrett, go sit in the corner. Go on. All right, next. That's my answer to that one. So we can move to the next one. Just a side note, Tifa in every scene after Aerith's death is so crushing. I mean, yeah, that's her best friend. That was her comfort person. Like her safety and her camaraderie in every aspect up until this point. So she would be fully devastated. Like, absolutely. Any theories about where the story is heading? What do you hope to see in part 3? Well, now my theories may have changed a bit. Adding this element of Jenova perhaps being the shadow self that Aerith can somehow find a way to absorb. I would love to see that happen. And I'd like to see Aerith get to decide how things are going to end up. If there will be... I don't think she would even have multiple realities. I think she would find a way to create the best possible outcome. Though I know these games love to crush our souls, so there realistically will probably still be some soul crushing to happen. But what I would like to see is for Aerith to be the one who figures out how to circumvent all the things. So much I can't wait to see in part 3, but it's spoilers for now. It's going to be awesome. Definitely. Can also see how Cloud is not too seemingly bothered by what happened being really disturbing to her. That's the one thing that's throwing me off, is he should be more understanding to everybody else that isn't on the same level as he is right now. Cloud isn't a talker as much as Barrett isn't one. Seen lots of chances missed, like telling Diane from the first moment that Marlene is alive. True. Hope to see beautiful graphics in part 3 again. Oh, yes. Those like cinematic, like movie level graphics for some of those end scenes were thrilling. They were so beautiful. Hope to see Barrett reunite with Marlene. Yeah. That will be, that'll be such a good moment. Anything else doesn't matter to you at this point. Her exploring her connection with Aerith. Also want to see another obscure side quest where the crew helps Leslie find his lost love. Oh, yes. I would love to see a resolution to that. See what Knights of the Round summon looks like. Oh, I've never heard of that one. Imagine a summon that's 12 summons. Nice. And a Sid-related location that they left out of Rebirth. All right. I guess we will have to see about that when I play OG. I would like to see Zack and Aerith reunited. Maybe not even necessarily in a romantic way. I would just like to see them reunited and have some sort of resolution there. I mean, I would like to see them reunited romantically. I felt like from the moment she started talking about her boyfriend to Cloud, that it was like that was her person. I've talked about this before. I feel like that was her person, and that's how she felt about him. And the fact that they were separated from each other was tragic. And I would just like to see that resolved in a happy ending. So that would be one of mine too. The quest line for Knights of the Round is going to be so long. You're going to feel something once you play Crisis Core? Okay. All right. I think that's good on that one. Let's go to the next one. Is the quest line for Knights of the Round going to be like Gilgamesh situation? Aerith or Tifa? Sorry. You already saw me struggle with this. This is my very first question. Favorite main character? Both. Mm. I did. I already answered this. Both. Both is good. I wanted this question. Oh, are we talking specifically for Cloud or like who's our favorite? Because if we're talking specifically for Cloud, but you guys know my answer to this. Yes, I think Tifa is a better long-term match for Cloud. And I think that Aerith and Zack should end up together in a perfect world. That's how I feel about that. But I think Tifa and Aerith should be best friends forever. Hey, Gray Man. How are you? Good morning to you. It is evening for me. Well, kind of morning. It's 2 a.m. Who's your favorite? We talked. That was like one of the first things I talked about, Ryan. If you missed it, it was like I think the second slide we got to. We're always talking shipping. And now we are all the time. It's all we talk about. You think that's blasphemy? I don't know. That's how I feel. We're doing good, Gray Man. How are you? Oh, random life fact. And a stretch. Oh boy, I do need to stretch. Random life fact. Oof, that just threw me for a curveball. I really can't think of something. Oh my gosh. Why is this so hard sometimes? I want to hear a random life fact from you guys. What's like things that come to mind when that is presented to you? The only thing that's blasphemy is asking which is better, Final Fantasy or Elden Ring. I haven't played Elden Ring yet. Turthos, what do you think? You've played both. Here's a random life fact as I stretch my back. The tattoo on my back, all of the flowers, each of the flowers is representative of a different woman in my life that has been important to me. Crimson, you think the devs are full shipping Xerath and Cloti in the end? That's what I'm saying. I feel like that's what should happen. Give the people what they want. I don't know. Like a part of the people want that. And I think some people would be very pissed off about that. Knowing the events in Advent Children, wonder if there'll be a connection to part 3. Not specifying what. Aerith, she looks both more beautiful to me as well as a better match to Cloud. You think she's prettier than Tifa? I think they're both beautiful. Random life fact for you. You've played video games for 34 years. What's my favorite outfit for gaming? Like what I wear? Because I dress up for stream. Like I like getting dressed up, but I don't just like always dress up. I specifically like dress up for stream because I like it. But if I'm just like around the house playing, like usually just like, I don't know, a little nightgown. I hate having a lot of constricting things on me. So I like very like loose, flowy, not a lot of stuff on me. So yeah, I wear a lot of like Like imagine this, but it's just a like stretchy, comfy nightgown, and that would be like my comfy thing to wear around the house with a big blanket. I love blankets. The devs kind of killed Zareth in Rebirth? I'd be surprised if that's what they were intending. You think so? I don't know. I feel like they're like setting it up to have them somehow reunite. Even Zach says, like, just because realities can be torn apart doesn't mean they can't be united again. I feel like that's like the whole thing. Aerith has what I look for in a woman more than Tifa does. Like an outgoing, bubbly personality, because that's like the biggest difference between them. I think they're both very strong, confident. Well, Tifa says she isn't confident, but she's getting there. You can see her progressing towards it. Random life fact, had to get my first tattoo covered up because it was so poorly done. That's me too. Mine is actually a cover up because my first tattoo that I got like faded really badly. And like the lines got really blurry. So mine too. Hey, twins. And I went to a really good cover up artist. If you've ever seen my tattoo, like when I do fit checks and stuff, sometimes you see my back. It's like big. But it's a cover up. It's actually technically my second tattoo. Random life fact, I have purchased and slept on a reindeer hide, and I'm hoping to purchase an Icelandic sheepskin. Very interesting. That's not something you hear every day, Gray Man. At this point in the story, tells Cloud she wants to be with him during their date. She does. She says she wants to be with him, but he wasn't really fully present or himself. She kind of alludes to. She's like trying to get the real him to come out. Hey, congrats on the cleaning, Gray Man. That's always such a good feeling. Hold on to it as long as you can. I feel like I was sharing a special connection with Aerith because she could laugh with you, cry with you, and walk with you. I wouldn't get that same feeling with Tifa. I wonder why. I feel like I would. I feel like she's like a friend. Like she would be your down for anything, ride or die kind of girl. Make more sense after OG. Okay. The shipping is what made me wonder if Claudia's death will be the most horrifying scene ever, to strip the rug out from under the ships. We always wonder about his romantic love life, about love as a whole. And that's what I was talking about earlier. I think their friendships are so much more important than the romantic aspect of any of it. Love the shippers, though. For Cloud, Tifa, there, I said it. Oh, Elias. I think IGN ran a poll. 70% of fans prefer Tifa. You prefer Aerith, but also accept the reality of the overall fan base. I didn't realize 70%. That's actually surprising to me. But Aerith in herself is the best. You feel sorry for Tifa? She feels like having some trouble in making friends. Oh yeah, she flat out says she has a hard time, at least from her point of view. Have to thank her 100 times though for being so caring towards Cloud. Yes, every time I feel like I said this earlier, but Aerith pushes Cloud, pushes him out of his comfort zone constantly, which he needs. But Tifa kind of stays back and allows him to let things come out like naturally. Anytime he's had like that moment he has with Tifa in Gungaga when they're like in the little room together and they like almost have a moment and he's just like opening up and telling her all of these things. Like, I think it's because she doesn't push, that he feels comfortable enough to come forward and like express himself with her. But I think, like I said, both are necessary. Real life romance is better, but these stories are my favorite. True. Upon meeting them, because of her confidence, Aerith, if you both knew them well, they'd both be good. It would come down to loyalty and who you know first. That sum it up. I understand what you're saying. Yes. Ship territory. Shaking. Ooh. I'm not afraid. I have opinions, but I also have... I can see everybody's perspective, and I'm not like, my answer is the only answer, because no, like we all have, that's part of the beauty, is we all have a different way of looking at it. Tifa is the right kind of girl with green flag personality traits. Tifa is a kind of battered wife, the way she keeps accepting Cloud even though he tried to kill her. That's a very touchy, yeah. It's a weird subject, but she obviously understood it wasn't really him. He was under the influence of something much darker. Yuffie and Kate ruined the moment. 100%. Real life romances are complicated, but the game's romances are relatable. Hey, Shabazzle. Hello. How are you? You think she's I can fix him vibes? I don't think so. I think she allows him to be. I think that's why I like her with him. She just allows, and he can just be himself. Yes, we are doing well. Happy Final Fantasy to you as well. All right, next question. How many do we have left at this point? I feel like we're getting close. Would you eat his ramen? 100% yes. Absolutely. That guy comes and gives me ramen, I'm eating it. You've not seen this, Gian? Oh my god, you have to see this. It's an actual commercial. If you were girlfriends with Tifa, you can honestly say the best advice you'd give her is run. True. You're onto something there, Crimson. Wanting to redeem that fit check, but can see from here that we're on point. Thank you. This dress is like floor length. It's very pretty. It's kind of like a linen material. But the back is really cool too. So if we do a fit check, it's like, it's got little strappy things that tie. It's cute. What changes are you looking forward or wanting to see in the FF universe? I want a new one. Fit check. Ask and you shall receive. All right, let's flip around. Good, because I need to stretch. This was, oh yeah, speaking of that last slide, that was from a real commercial for those wondering. If you haven't seen it, look it up. The Sephiroth ramen commercial. It's hilarious. All right, let's swing around. Sitting this whole time, but it's still cute. Oh, can you hear me? Get the blood flowing, yes. What's cursed? What did I miss? Oh, the ramen? The Sephiroth ramen? Ramen Roth. Okay, here we go. Oh, the light's kind of weird. Hold on. Gotta fix. So yes, very long. And then the back. And there's the tattoo I'm talking about. That's a cover up, this tattoo. So that's it. It was my, like, we almost got the Aerith cosplay today, but not quite. So this is like the close approximation. Maybe next time we'll get the Aerith cosplay. And yes, now we've stretched. We've got the blood flowing. We good. And yeah, I just did the little ribbons. Because again, it was like a close approximation to an Aerith look. Pop back in here. Could you guys hear me for that? Got an ad. Oh no! Hopefully it wasn't too long. I missed the ad. Oh geez. You'd be crazy not to at least try the ramen. True. Ramaroth, I like that. Sounds like it could be a Pokemon. Totally. Thank you, Curious. I like this dress. This is actually the first time I've worn it. Any topics not taken care of in Final Fantasy game are covered by games I keep for myself. In Japan, Sephiroth ramen isn't totally normal. Hey, Shaggy. Popping in. Hello, and hope it's been a fun discussion. It has been a very fun discussion. We are, as you can see, 4.5 hours in. I think we're nearing the end. Is there anything that hasn't been brought up you'd like to talk about? Is this the last one? The dress is hype. Love it. Thank you. Super comfy. It is. It's not bad, actually. It's a very soft material, too. Or like, it feels like linen. I don't think it's actually linen, but it feels linen-like. The tattoo is amazing. Thank you. Fetch the queen a snack. I actually have a snack. I have grapes. I haven't touched them this whole time, but look at my beautiful grapes. Oh, my camera got weirdly lit now. Hold on. Oh, that's too bright. Oh, gosh, my eyes. Guitar in the background is hype too. Do I play it? No. I've tried, but I don't. I sing and I write songs, but I don't play any instruments. There we go. He fetched the queen a snack. Look at that. Thank you. And thank you for the hydrate as well. Yeah, no, that's Turthos. That's his guitar. Thank you, Captain of Death. Yeah, I love my tattoo. I had a full-on panic attack the day after I got it, though. Like, oh my God, it's permanent. I can't get it off of me. What am I going to do? This was a terrible idea, but I actually love it. I just had to panic about it for a little bit first. Volume was perfect. Okay, I think the mic like adjusts once I'm over there like that. At time it was perfect. I got to see the whole chick. Oh, good, good, good. Do I like hot noodles ramen? I do. I like to add stuff to it, though. I don't like them just on their own. I like to add protein. I'll put like a salmon or like hard-boiled eggs, veggies, and stuff in mine. Last one, want to take chat questions. Yes. Is there anything we didn't talk about that you guys are like, oof, missed opportunity? We need to get at least a little bit into that. Tired of these ads. I'm sorry. Are they seedless grapes? They are seedless. You are ad-free with a sub. This is true. Is there a song or two on your channel I can listen to? Oh, like of our songs? Not on my channel. Maybe someday we'll. I've thought about trying to do like a live, do a couple of songs on live. We just need to make sure that our microphones are well set up for music because it makes a big difference. If any brand had Sephiroth name on it, I'd expect it to be very good. The ramen better taste good and be as healthy as ramen can be. How are you, Shaggy? You just got here. Sound was okay? Okay, good. Now that you finish Remake, what direction do you see for the future of your channel, short and long term? That's a great question. I've actually thought about this a lot because Rebirth has really taken, like, it's like been almost half a year that we've been in this game. I think there's several games that I want to play. Off the top of my head, we were just talking about a couple the other day that sounded really intriguing to me that actually weren't Final Fantasy games, but there are a lot of Final Fantasies that I also want to play. Obviously, I'm going to play OG 7. I'm going to finish 16. But a couple of the non-Final Fantasy games was it Persona 5 sounded really intriguing to me, and Nier Automata also had a very interesting sounding premise that I thought I would like. I'm always open to suggestions too. I know we've got kind of a running list now at this point of suggestions. But I may need to try some that like I can also kind of speed through a bit too, just to keep things fresh, or like switch back and forth between different games. No, I have not tried the world's hottest ramen on Amazon. I can do a little spice, but not a lot of spice. You play the alto sax? Never got into strings, but you want to play piano. I've tried piano too. I can do a little bit, but then I lose it too fast. I lose interest and then I don't hold on to the skill. You just have a personal question. Okay, Ryan. What about salmon? I love salmon. I put it I put it in my ramen. Not the dog, the fish. Who in the game is the coolest and why are they the coolest? I mean, Vincent, because he's so mysterious. But then, like, my alternate answer, because that feels obvious, is Barrett. I think Barrett's really cool. Because he's just such a solid stand-up guy. I loved hearing him in the date scene with Cloud telling him how his wife was like, at first had no interest in him and was like, I don't want anybody that's not like mature or whatever, however she worded it. And he like took that to heart and he like really worked to make himself worthy of like being her man. And I was like, that's cool. And like his advice for Cloud was so good. Just like share your feelings, express yourself to the people you care about while you can. Yeah, I think Barrett is really cool. Where does this Final Fantasy game rank for you in the series? I think for me it goes 16, Rebirth, Remake, and then 10 and 10-2. Out of the ones that I've played, that would be my ranking. But I loved all of them. But out of like priority, that would be my answer. Coolness is paramount. Do you agree? Barrett's real cool. Branded food should make your hair grow at least a foot. I would for sure eat it then. Persona 5 Royal is great. Good. It sounded really interesting. You also love the Persona 5? Oh, the soundtrack. Would love to play and stream that game. Would you guys be interested? Think that would be a good one to stream? Long AF though. I mean, that's okay with me, as you can tell from 5 months of Rebirth. I'm fine with taking my time. I should start with 3. Oh, there's multiples of them. Okay. Oh no, I knew what you meant, Yama. That's why I clarified. The fish, not the dog. If you stream a game, you'll stream 10 HD. I think there have been Final Fantasy foods. The end for Chrono Trigger. Is that a good one? But yeah, as far as direction of the channel, I'm going to continue gaming. I will probably do more art streams interspersed. I've done a very small handful of art streams in the past, and I like to throw those in when I can, when I have a project I want to work on. So there will still be more arts and like maybe even some knitting where I'm just chatting and knitting streams. I've done that before too. So there'll be a few more of those as well. There's definitely going to be some more Final Fantasy games, but I think it won't be exclusively Final Fantasy. And some cosplay. I've got some cosplay, not just necessarily streams, but for the YouTube channel in general, some like different videos that I want to do for different cosplays. Johnny scenarios? What? Dio is the coolest, you think? Doesn't even need a shirt. True. Is there a character you felt least comfortable with using in the Rebirth combat system so far? It might be a feeling or story related to, and mods might be able to add something to this. So the least comfortable I was with Kate Sith and the Moogle. It was, I just never got the hang of it. And he just felt so weak. There was that one stream where I was forced to fight as Kate Sith solo, and it was, I just didn't enjoy it. I didn't really care for a lot of his moves all that much. I think everybody else's were just a lot cooler and more satisfying. But yeah, that would be my answer for that one, was Kate Sith. Is it Rebirth long? That's a good question. Van knitting and asking how was your day? Yes, I mean, we've done that before. MTBK. I've had full streams where I was just knitting and talking. And as you can see, I can talk. Glad I could share the end of Rebirth journey with you, since I found your channel after the Tifa Skywheel date. Aerith's voice actors live stream will probably be the last one I follow till last game comes. I'm so glad you joined us too, Crimson. It's been great to have you and hear your perspectives, and you've added a lot of goodness to our conversation. So thank you for being here. Does pineapple belong on pizza? I don't personally choose it, but I will eat it. If it's the only pizza available, I'll eat it. Chrono Trigger is great, really likable cast. Okay. RPG with time travel. Ooh. 5 is split into arcs. You could theoretically take a break with different short games in between arcs. Oh, that's a good point. That's what I'm talking about. Like I think I need to add a little variety. I think we've been really hyper focused on Rebirth for so long that we need to kind of like expand out a little bit for a while. who can out-talk me. You know what's so funny though, Gray Man? In everyday life, in like party scenarios or like social settings, I'm not necessarily super chatty. You guys bring it out of me. You let me talk about all the stuff that normally like people don't in normal conversation don't want to talk about. But I like I said much earlier in stream, I'm not much of a small talk person. Like, let's talk about the real stuff that we care about. So this is a unique experience. Here's voice actor is also a streamer. What's really cool, and thank you for the treat time, Ragtag. I'm gonna have some more of my grapes. One of the things I noticed in my YouTube analytics is occasionally in the part that tells you what other content is recommending yours, it'll be her videos that are recommending and sending people to me. It's so cool. Tifa, Cloud, Yuffie, Kate Sith, Red 13, Barrett, Aerith, gameplays wise for you. You know what's so funny is I actually really grew to love playing as Aerith. It was frustrating at first because it felt like she was just kind of weak and slow. But once I figured out how to utilize her, she was one of my favorites. Oh, Chrono Trigger for the Switch? Okay. After you see Aerith's resolution, you should check out Aerith's voice actor reaction to that scene as well. Okay, cool. Oh yeah, now I can go watch her because I'm not worried about spoilers anymore. So we complete you and you us. Yes, it's a very good reciprocal thing we got going on here. Hey, Hanzo. Hey. Aerith was so slow in remake. Yeah. We are done with Rebirth. I actually finished it. Can you believe it? They gave her more versatile abilities. Yeah. That name don't look familiar. Which name? Oh, that's Brian. He changed his name to his Elden Ring character. Turthos. Turthos is Brian. Hanzo. You know him. Oh. Good night, Elias. Gotta go to sleep. Thank you for being here. I hope you have a great night, Elias. See you next time. You love pineapple on pizza. You think there's enough? We've had enough Zach and Johnny? Like you don't want any more of them? Not having much post-yap clarity in everyday conversations. I mean, I can have a good conversation, but I'm more like Tifa in the fact that I got to be real comfortable with who I'm talking to, and then I can just blab like I am right now. Finishing this on normal is a great accomplishment. Very proud of you. Oh, thank you, MTVK. It was a good challenge. I enjoyed it. Not a fan of exclusively ranged combat characters. Johnny annoyed you? I loved Johnny. He did not annoy me. I thought he was a lovable doofus. You had a suspicion, yes. If you've been around, that's who it is. Ragtag. Pineapple on pizza is like making tea in a microwave. I mean, that's what I'm saying though. Sometimes you gotta do what you gotta do. If it's all there is, you gotta do. Aerith's VA is pretty far behind. That's cool though, because now I can go watch and catch up. The only character that annoyed me was Kyrie, but I'm pretty sure that was intentional. Absolutely. I mean, they did it well. She was meant to be annoying. Absolutely. We will definitely get more of Johnny and Bianca, thank you. Thank you for joining the Vandals. And one more sub. Yes, we're one more closer to the Aerith cosplay. Thank you for being here. All right, you know what, you guys? I think we got through all the questions, unless anybody has anything else left. But I feel like we went deep. We covered a lot of ground today. We are almost at 5 hours. And yeah, I feel like we really got into it. When is the cosplay? As soon as we hit 500. That's all it is. So, I mean, maybe by Thursday night stream. That should be the next stream. So who knows? It could happen. But if you missed it earlier, I do want to celebrate again that. So 500 subs on YouTube is one of 2 criteria needed to meet to get the first tier of YouTube partner. And the second is 3,000 watch hours. So over the course of this weekend and wrapping the game, we actually crossed over the 3,000 hour mark. So we've reached beyond that. So that first criteria is already met. So once we hit 500 now, that will actually bump me up into the level of being able to apply for YouTube partner. So it's this close. We did it. How many more do I need? What is that? Like 14? That's it. Like, we're really close. Yep. Started going through your remake gameplay. Nice. I hope you're enjoying it. And you can see we've done our best to progress and improve like the video and audio quality over time. Like when I first started streaming, we were just like, we will just make it work and make do with what we have. And we still are like making do with what we have. We've got wires running all over the house and stuff to make it all work. But little by little, we've been making improvements. So I appreciate you going back and watching the earlier gameplay, in spite of the fact that everything was like a little lower quality. But you'll see that it gets better as you go along. And yeah, it totally helps Captain of Death. Like, I've been seeing the numbers change over time, and it's been really exciting to watch it sort of snowball little by little. Very exciting. Got a ways to go though. Yeah, there's a lot. Do I have a YouTube channel? Do I have a YouTube channel? Yes. Gray Man. If you would like to subscribe, please feel free, because you will help us meet that 500 YouTube sub goal. And then we'll do the Aerith cosplay. Thank you for posting the link. There it is. Got to go back during the chat time. Thank you. Got to start somewhere. In fact, that is true. We are starting. I feel like we're still just at the beginning. It's been almost a year since I started streaming on Twitch. And then it was about 5 months ago that I started dual streaming to YouTube as well. So I still feel like just a baby streamer. Got up at 5:30 a.m. to record stuff, but I'm going to ramp up my efforts more. That's super early. Yes, thank you, Hanzo. Appreciated. It's fun watching the first few streams recorded with that camera that worked only slightly better than a potato, which was so ridiculous because it's actually the PS5 camera. Like, that's the one that you can get that directly connects with the PS5. It sucked. You already subscribed. No apologies necessary, Gray Man, if you're not on YouTube as often. Yeah, you've been in... I feel like you've been in the YouTube chat before, though. On Twitch, almost a year. Yep. August something. Middle of August, I think, was when I started on Twitch. There were new raids that came out and wanted to get them up. Oh, for 14, yeah. There's so much more van content to discover. Yes. See, there you are, Grayman. You're on YouTube right now. Now I see it. Thank you for always being amazing and supportive. 5:30 a.m. is too early unless you're just going to bed. That's how I feel about that. You had the PS2 camera that you could play games with? Oh, the only one worse than that was the Game Boy camera. Honestly, the Game Boy camera looks about the same as that PS5 camera. It's so bad. Middle of August is your B-Day. Nice. Come in on your B-Day and have some love with everybody. Perfect. We can celebrate all of it together. What's my favorite video on my channel? I don't know. I don't really watch myself. For real. Brian does all the editing on the edited ones. So I guess it would be what part of games or something would be my favorite. That's too big of a question. I don't know. I do love all of the games I've played. The shippers found my tweet. Yeah. Well, what's funny is the video that I shared today, I just decided to go ahead and share it myself because somebody else had clipped it and shared it and I found it. And I was like, hey, that's me. So we just went ahead and like also shared like the same little blurb to see what kind of conversation would come up around it. Do you have a short video that's your favorite? I don't know. I have a hard time saying like something I've done is my favorite. You saw some of the quote retweets. You have my sympathy. Honestly, none of it bothers me. It really doesn't. Or the funniest on my channel? I don't know. Gray Man, I really don't. I wish I could answer, but I don't have a good answer for that. There might be a misunderstanding on Twitter. Some don't think you like Cloud and Tifa, which is one of the things I was worried about. Yeah, it's so funny. I've had people like stepping into the comments being like, but actually she's Clo T. She got Tifa on her dates. I'm like, you guys have watched me struggle to choose between Aerith and Tifa. Like, I don't want to choose. I love them both. And that's always been my standpoint. And when I talk about my perspective of what I watch and how I perceive their interactions, it's just coming from like what I actually am perceiving as like a socially intuitive person. So I'm not like trying to be biased one way or the other. I'm just saying it like I see it. You know what I mean? So it's like people can have their opinions and it's great. I love to hear it all and it doesn't bother me. Think I'm going to head out. When is the next stream? I hope you check out that Tool song. Oh, I definitely will. And how I soundtrack Rebirth in my head. Thank you for hanging out, Crimson. Next stream should be Thursday evening, same time-ish as tonight, like 8 p.m. Eastern. And yeah, I will see you then. Thank you for hanging out. I hope you have a good night, Crimson, and we will see you. Thank you for all of your input. Brian is the best. Yes, everybody, thank you. Thank you for all of his hard work. I have seen the debates. I have seen the shipping wars. I am familiar. You'll try to be here for the 16th stream. Awesome. I'm going to be doing the Kairos Gate. Oh, speaking of, I tried it out the other night because I hadn't done it since like, when did I last play 16? Was like once I started Rebirth, I pretty much stopped playing it. So I hadn't tried Cairo Skate in a long time. So I tried it the other day. Didn't expect to get very far because the last time I tried it, the farthest I got was to circle 12. You got to get through 20 circles of the Cairo Skate where you've got all the different hordes you fight, and every 5 circles is a boss battle. So the last time I tried it, I only got to 12. But the other night, I picked it back up and got all the way to level 20 and then died. So I almost cleared Cairo Skate in one go, picking it up like on a random whatever night. So I think when we do a stream of it, I think there's a good chance I'll be able to get through it. And that's what I want to do. I want to get through Cairo Skate, get the material that I need to make the original Sin sword for Clive, and then we'll do the final battle and the end of that game. That last boss fight is a toughie. In 16? Oh, in Cairo Skate. Yeah, I think I don't want to spoil it because all the boss fights were like fun little surprises to see who you're fighting. But I think I got them down to like half life before I died. And I was like, no, because it's a long process. I probably spent, I don't know, like 2-ish hours getting through it. And you can't just start from there. You have to fully start over again. So yeah, it'll be fun to try to get through it all in one go though. People on Twitter can't respect others' opinions. Some people can. I'm on Twitter and I fully respect other people's opinions. I think I'm not alone in that, but some people are very loud with their inability to accept that other people have different opinions to them. What is my favorite outfit for streaming? My like go-to comfy outfits, like I like to be comfortable. So if I'm just like black cropped bralette top with like a black stretchy flowy skirt, that's like my go-to. Like that's easy and comfortable for me. There's a Bavarian guy who calls Cloud Clive all the time. I'm surprised I haven't done more of that, honestly. Hi, Claudia. Is that your first chat to us? Twitter Cloti fans are childish, you think? I think some of them actually are like very young. Like technically child. But yeah, some people are very strong, have very strong feelings, and that's makes life interesting. I like to see the strong opinions. I've done a Tifa cosplay. I actually did it back when I was playing Remake. I wore the Tifa cosplay on stream a couple of times, I think. I've done a Tifa cosplay to like a Comic-Con, like out in the wild too. I think both sides have people that are straight up rude, and that's just life. I mean, it's not just specific to this thing. I think just in general, there's people who are always going to be very outspoken, less polite, less understanding. Exactly. It's the vocal minority that are loud. Your friend left a nice and respectful reply? Oh, you missed it. Maybe we'll do it again sometime. I still have it. In fact, it's like clothing that I typically wear. I wear the Tifa skirt all the time. It's like a black pleated leather skirt. I wear that one all the time. I've worn it on stream. You've probably seen that for sure. You think I only wore it for the Tifa Halloween stream? Then it wasn't even when I played Remake. It was at the same time, but I played one spooky game for Halloween that I did the Tifa outfit. I'll bring it back. Yeah, we'll make it maybe another goal. You stay out of the argumentative discussions. It's good to know your limits. The Halloween stream from 2023. I played, what was that game called? I played a spooky game on Halloween. Found you through your opinion. I felt the same playing the game. Oh, nice. That's awesome. I love that. Like, I love how wild and random we all get connected. When I played Inside, yeah, that's the game. It was creepy. But I played it all in one stream. But yeah, we'll bring the Tifa back. But I'm very excited for the Aerith cosplay. It's so cute. It's so good. It's 2:49 a.m. for me right now. So with that being said, I think we are going to actually wrap up here. I think we got through everything. I'm sleepy. I work tomorrow. So thank you everybody for chiming in, for hanging out with me for all of the stream tonight. It was so awesome to get to kind of process all of our thoughts and feelings over this very dramatic and emotional ending to Rebirth. I'm so glad that we could discuss and share our thoughts and theories and ideas. It really helped me feel like it felt like a good, good closure for us for the time being until the next one comes out. This felt like a good way to put closure on this journey of 5 months and 228 hours of me playing Rebirth. Thank you, Carius, for being here, and Claudia, MTBK, and Turthos, and Grayman, and Ryan, and Gian, and Yama, and Captain of Death, and everybody who has been here and is here and will be here. I appreciate you all so much. Let me see if we can raid somebody on Twitch real quick. But before we do that, I just want to say thank you. I hope you all have a wonderful night. If you have not already subscribed on YouTube, please consider doing so. It would be amazing and would really help us grow the channel and meet some goals and work towards the goal of making this a full-time thing for me. So I would love to be able to do this more often and really pursue this with everything, which is what I'm doing, but I would like to make it a full-time pursuit. With that being said, also don't forget to leave a like, maybe throw in an extra comment for the algorithm, but I appreciate you being here. And we are going to see if we can raid somebody over on Twitch. And pretty soon I'm going to have to learn how to raid on YouTube. I actually just learned that you could raid on YouTube. I had no idea. So 13 away. Oh my God. It's happening. Amazing. Thank you guys so much. And for all the new subscribers and friends and Vandals, welcome to the Vandals. We love you. We're so happy you're here. Next time you might be on time again. Hey, maybe next time I'll even be on time. Crazier things have happened. Thank you for being here, MTBK. All right, let's see. We've got, somebody hitting finale, Rebirth finale tonight. Night 16. Whoa, they played through it fast then. Let's go see that. Sound good? Rebirth finale. Let's relive our experiences together. I will get this queued up. This is Rig's voice, like Regan, but Rig's voice, playing Final Fantasy VII Rebirth finale. And let me scooch this over a little bit. Last time I tried to do, oh no, where did it go? Last time I tried to do a raid, it sent us to a channel that had already ended. Let me make sure this is actually, like, look, she's actually on right now. I can see her playing. It looked like that last time. And then it got there and it was like, this stream ended 3 hours ago. So I don't know what that was about, but. Oof, move over. Thank you. There we go. End of an era. All right. Good night to everybody. Let me get this started. Oh no, I made it too small. There it is. Start raid. And I will meet you guys over there. Thank you for letting me share my story and adventures with you. All right, guys. I think the raid is ready. I'll meet you over there. Good night.